Good morning, good morning. Welcome back. My name is Alex, working on the 50,000 FTMO challenge, um, using my own system that I developed. And today's day 10. Unfortunately, I was not able to live stream the rest of the week last week because I pinched a nerve and I had a migraine and I didn't really trade. I took a couple of trades, but they were all losses. I did reduce my risk to 0.25% because of the week that we had, which was a good thing in the end. So let me show you where we are right now. This is up to date. I just took a loss on Euro USD. I'll show you that in a second. So currently we're down 1800, and for the day I have a permitted loss of 2300. So we're still good. I checked the economic calendar. We do have a few high impact news, but today the first ones are on USD at 10 a.m. my time. Currently it's 12:42 a.m. my time. So hopefully by that time I will be in bed. So it looks like we have clear sailings for today or tonight. Here's the MyFXBook. Show you this. I did have a winner on Friday. I took a quick trade for 1200, so that brought it slightly back up. And like I said, I just took a hit for 0.25%. I don't know why it shows 0.59. That's not correct. So anyway, a few changes. Risk disclaimer. As usual, I'm not a financial advisor. This is not investment advice. I'm not telling you what to do with your money. This is for education purposes only and entertainment. If you want, you can stop the video right here and read the full disclaimer. Okay, that out of the way. So I made some changes. I told you there's a nice little update coming tonight. My friend Thiago, I had an idea. Let me put it that way. I have several indicators that is showing trend change. The bottom indicators, like on the bottom of the chart, like those. And there's 9 different ones where I was like, okay, this could possibly be something. So I had the idea, I'm like, because if you have 9 bottom indicators, you have almost no chart space left. So I talked to my friend who helped me in the past with indicators and alerts for indicators and whatnot, or changes to indicators. And I was asking him if he could combine all those 9 indicators into one indicator that just shows you buy and sell. And then pick the ones that you want on the settings. Basically have the 9 indicators in there. And then how many of those have to switch basically in order for the arrow to show up. And he was able to do that within 2 hours. So I was very excited, and that was the test trade that I took on Friday that made me a quick 1200 on the account, which was necessary. And then I had this crazy idea to, hey, let me try the 1 minute chart. So we're on the 1 minute chart on Euro USD and GBP USD. I did take a trade on GBP USD that I'm currently in, right here. So that just happened. This was what I call a third chance entry, or a first step of the ladder, meaning as price goes down, we all know it makes lower highs, lower lows, and we did have the first step down, which is the first lower high, and I took a confirmation entry off of that. My stop loss is right above it, as you can see here. I also took a perfectly, let me make this position size calculator smaller. As you can see, as you can see, we're using 0.5% risk. So I had a perfect entry on Euro USD, right on this candle. My stop loss was right here, and everything was a go. We had the change already here. This was in the white. We had all the confirmations. All I was waiting for was that the support dots, and they came on this candle. So as soon as this candle closed, I got in and put my stop loss above it, and it looked good. We went down a little bit, and they shot it right back up and stopped me out. So even though I had all the confirmations in place, it happens. So there's nothing I can do about it. You know, just gotta move on. Don't stress it out. Just take the next entry. So I'm patiently waiting on yet another entry. The reason why I added Euro USD is because I switched to a 1 minute chart, as I said, and Euro USD has the best spread out of all the pairs. And on a 1 minute chart, that's important. As you can, well, this indicator shows the spread, and this is a 0.2 pip spread, whereas the GBP USD is a 0.8 pip spread, so it's a little higher. You can see it, the distance here between ask and bid, same here. So it allows me to get a better risk-reward ratio on Euro USD. It doesn't move as much, but you know, that shouldn't matter as long as you risk a 0.5%. You know, if it doesn't move that much, it also means that your stop loss is a little bit smaller. Just to give you, the stop loss I had here before was 1.7 pips. Oh, it's like right around here somewhere. Yeah, a little above 1.7 right here. So it allows you to have a smaller stop loss, and therefore you make it up in size. Even though it doesn't move that much, you have a higher trading lot size, and you should end up making about the same. And the reason why I decided to do that is because I back tested over the weekend and found that it actually works just as fine on the 1 minute chart. And I saw that on the 1 minute chart, you could actually pass the challenge within 2 or 3 trades, which on the 1 minute chart is like, if you have them back to back, 4 to 5 hours. So I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna give it a shot. So again, I took a second chance entry on GBP USD. Unfortunately, it did not give me a nice entry. So at this point, when we were at the top, those were both still green. So I could not take the trade. I had to wait for the white arrow, and the white arrow came in here. And I don't take a trade in this band. So I had to wait for a pullback, which I got here. And then, of course, the confirmation, which I got here. I got this is the former yellow arrow. I just made it orange so it sticks out against the white better. And this is the new EA that Thiago was kind enough to make for me. That includes a couple of trend indicators. And then I had to wait for the support dot, which came in on the next candle. So on the close of this candle, I jumped in, stop loss above. Everything else was saying yes, go. So this is considered a third chance entry. The prime entry, I can show you that too. We had that actually here on Euro USD, but I was sleeping. I took a nap. Let me show you that. Why is this? Okay, sorry. So this would have been a prime entry here. We had the white arrows coming in first, then we had the support dots, then we had the orange arrow. You can barely see that, but it's there. And then we also had the confirmation arrow, which is the green, and it came in right on this candle. So this would have been a 4.1 pip stop loss, and then from here to here, that would have been 32 pips. So let's see, 32 pips divided by 4.1 stop loss. So that would have been almost 1 to 8 risk reward ratio. So if you take this time 0.5%, we would have made, oh, sorry, that was not correct. Hold on. Let me start over. 32 pips divided by 4.1 and then times 0.5%. So that would have been a 4% trade right here. And that was just the first trade of the night, basically. Like I said, I'm waiting for a second chance entry right now, if I get one. If not, that's fine, you know. I also added a semaphore indicator. I had one before, but it was a 3-way semaphore. I actually found one that is 4-way. So it's a little bit more complicated, but basically if you get a green sun is the weakest out of all of them. Then we have a white sun, which is the stronger one, and then we have the blue sun, which is usually the end of the trend and then a reversal. And like I said, I did get a trade entry here on the blue one. So technically you can write this trade, and I'm gonna try it with this one. As soon as it goes down a little bit, I will set my stop loss to break even, and I will write this down until I get actually a blue sun on the other side, or if I get stopped out at break even. So that's the game plan. And same here, we had a blue sun here. That means trend reversal. And let me just show you what that means. Let me make this bigger here and zoom out a little bit. I have to zoom out further. The last time we had a blue sun was down here. So you could have stayed in the trade all the way up to here. If that works out on the GBP USD trade that I just took, then that would be probably the challenge right there, the 10%. I'm gonna give it a shot. So, like I said, the only thing that I'm gonna do on, make it smaller again, as soon as I get a confirmed entry on the other side, because the semaphore indicator repaints. So it's technically possible that we actually go higher and this turns into a green one, a white one, and then we get a new blue one later a little bit higher. So I'm not going to take that chance. So as soon as we get a reversed entry, which will be down here somewhere, I will set my stop loss to break even. And then hopefully this one was correct, and then we ride it all the way down. And the same game plan I have with this one. However, I'm not sure if I'm going to get a second chance entry here. I have my stop loss line already set. So stop loss is already above here. However, if you get a second chance entry, I expect green dots and then price moving up again, giving us red dots. And then I will move my stop loss down to the red dots, kind of like what I did here on GBP USD. Yeah, that's where we at. So we're currently up 8.4 pips. The stop loss is 4.5 pips. So we're currently up around close to 1%. And we're just gonna let this ride. And with this one, like I said, as soon as we get, oh yeah, the entry rules are, ideally we want to see the, okay, so I added a new buy and sell zone indicator here. The purplish zone is the sell zone, and the green one is the buy zone here. So we have this band, and then we have our previous band that we used before, and then we also have a long-term TMA band here. So when preferably both bands are coming out on one side, we're looking for a sell. And in this case, like I said, we didn't get a confirmed entry until here. And now we have, okay, so now on Euro USD, we also, you can see the gray band is the long-term TMA. Both bands came out. So now we had the exhaustion up here where I got stopped out, unfortunately. We have the confirmation with the white arrows again. We have the confirmation down here. And it looks like we're building our first step, and I hope that it comes back here and gives us a red resistance, and then I can take a trade from there. Kind of like what I did with GBP USD. So that's where we're at. And I will do the same with Euro USD. If we do get an entry and we get a reversed entry signal going long, I will set my stop loss to break even, and hopefully this blue semaphore is correct. And then I will ride it out until I actually see a blue semaphore on the other side, no matter what happens. And if get an entry here as well, that between the two of them might actually be the challenge. So on GBP USD we currently have 5.36 lots. And that's where we are. I'm just gonna check YouTube real quick because I don't see anyone in the chat, just to make sure that I'm actually being heard out there and not talk to myself. Let me see. Live, okay. Yeah, okay. So you guys can hear me, that's great. So I have the YouTube chat open. You can only participate in the YouTube chat if you subscribe. In general, I would ask you to subscribe. It's still a very, very small channel. So hopefully I can grow the channel a little bit with your help. If you like the content, like the video or the live stream, it would help me out a lot. And also, if you don't want to subscribe, but you want to chat, I have a Telegram channel in the description of this live stream. It's free. You can join that one, and you can also ask me questions in there. Doesn't cost anything. Alrighty. Yeah, this was a stop hunt. I had, like I said, a confirmed entry right on this candle and had a 1.7 pip stop loss. That was 14 point something lots. I was like, oh, Jesus, maybe this trade works out. This could be the challenge right there, but unfortunately, like I said, and Euro USD is known for that. That's why I like GBP USD. There's a lot of manipulation going on in Euro USD, unfortunately. So, but it's okay. Like I said, we're only risking 0.5%. It's not a big deal. We move on. See if I can get a second chance entry here. Doesn't look like it. It just keeps going. So, unfortunately, I was thinking about, because this was clearly a stop hunt, since I had literally all the confirmations on this entry, I felt really good about it, and then they just shot it up, stopped me out. So I knew it was a stop hunt. I was very, very tempted to take another entry here, but it would have not been confirmed and it would be against my rules. So I was like, I'm not going to do it, even though from experience it would have been a good entry. But again, I'm following the rules of the system to a T. And so I decided to wait until I get a confirmed entry. Unfortunately, a confirmed entry was here. I could have taken an entry here. It would have been 2.1 pips here. I slept on that. That was just the time when I went online, unfortunately, or live on YouTube. So that would have been another possibility. So if I have a confirmation, that was a confirmed entry. And then, again, I don't take entries within that bright green-red band. So I would have to wait until it comes back out, which it did here. So I could have grabbed it right here. And then I had my 2 pip stop loss here, and off we go. So that was, I slept on that one. It happens. But again, on the 1 minute chart, you get at least 4 to 5 trades, possible trades. And again, when I back tested this, you usually get a shorter trade, and then you get a longer trade. And within the first 2, every day, you would have passed the challenge, even on 0.5% risk. The one that I back tested was, the first trade was 1 to 7 risk reward, and then the second one was 1 to 26 right away. So that's 726. That's 33R divided by 2, because I only risk 0.5%. So I would be right at around 11.5% in 2 trades in one night. So that's why I'm also not sweating about that stop hunt here. Like I said, I did get one good entry here on this one, and GBP USD usually plays nicer. So I'm hoping that I can get, maybe another on Euro USD later. So again, game plan, since this seems to have worked, is, let me zoom in here a little bit. Okay, zoom out. We had the blue semaphore, which is basically a possible confirmation that this is the end of the trend and we're going down now. It's not set in stone. This thing repaints as well, so it's not a done thing. So what I'm gonna do is as soon as we get a entry down here to go long, that's when I will set my stop loss to break even and hope that the trade works out. I'm gonna give it a shot, because the last time, let me see if I can zoom out here and show you that. Yeah, the last blue one came in here, so between here and here, that was 74 pips altogether, the whole move. And currently I have 5.36 lots. So if we get anything close to it, let's say 60 pips, so a little bit lower, times 53.60. Yeah, okay, maybe not the whole challenge, but a good portion of it. So I'm just gonna wait and see what happens here. So this is not a valid entry. Let me make this bigger. As you can see, it's right in the middle of the TMA band here, so this is not a valid entry. However, this could give us a second chance entry to go short on Euro USD, so I'm gonna keep my eye on that. So if we get green support dots here and then it comes up and gives us a red resistance here, then I might get an entry there, which would be the first step entry, so to speak. So again, there's three possible entries. The prime entry, I showed you that one. We actually had that here on Euro USD. Let me go back a little bit. There we go. So we had both bands coming out of the gray one. And they were out, even though this band was a little bit lower, but it was out enough to be clear. And then we had the white arrows coming in, then we had the support coming in, the orange arrow was already here, and then we got the green arrow confirmation right on this candle. So this was a perfect prime entry, so to speak, right from the base up with all the confirmations. Then there is a second chance entry. Second chance entry would be what people usually refer to as double bottom or double tops. So if price comes all the way back to the top and then gives us a valid signal to go short, that would be the second chance entry. And the third chance entry would be from the first lower high, basically, which I did on GBP USD. So you can see that here we had, unfortunately, the white arrow came in a lot late, so there was no prime entry here. And I wait for confirmation. This was still green. So unfortunately, like I said, if that would have been white at the time, it would override the white arrow, and I would be okay to take a trade. But like I said, this was both green at the point at that time, and we didn't have the white arrow, so I could not take the prime entry. But then we got a first support here, and it came back, and then I took the confirmed entry off of the first lower high, basically, right here. And that's where we are right now. And it looks like, yeah, we have a green support dot now on Euro USD. So let's see how far it pulls back, and then maybe we can get an entry off of that one. This is also the safest entry if you wait for a first step down or first step up. That's what I actually did on Friday on GBP USD. Let me show you that trade. I took a third chance entry basically on a 5-minute chart. So what happened here, let me make it bigger, on Friday, like I said, this was a 5-minute chart entry. We had price coming out, and then we had the first both arrows here with all the confirmations, and then the support dot right on the opening of the next candle. However, this was still red and this was still red. It still is actually, so I could not take the trade. We also did not have a white arrow. However, the white arrow came in here, and then as it pulled back and formed basically the first step up, I was able to take a trade right off of here, and then I only rode it up to here, and you can see that but I technically could have written it up all the way to here. I just did a test and it worked out. This was about $1,200, and I didn't plan on trading anywhere. I was just curious if it would work, and it did. But it was Friday on top of that and all the news, so I was like, let me just grab the 1200 and run. I didn't plan on trading anyway, so I did. And then over the weekend, like I said, I looked into it and I saw that it works as well on the 1 minute chart, and I was like, wow, on the 1 minute chart we definitely get a few trades in per night. And they usually run about an hour and a half to 3 hours on average, so we could easily do 2 a night, and then you have 2 pairs. Now between that, you should be able to actually pass the challenge in one night. Yeah, but it was very nice that Thiago was actually nice enough to do that, because I thought it was a genius idea, and he was like, yeah, he can do it, no problem. And now we have basically 9 indicators with this arrow. I only used 2, to be honest. I back tested all of them as much as I could, because some of them repaint as well. That's why you have all those arrows all over the place. If I switch the time frame now and go back here, then it should be a little bit clearer. Yeah, that cleans up all the red and green and starts over. Same that it did here. But those 2 that I'm using, I personally found from backtesting, are the most solid ones. One of them is non-repaint, the other one is repaint. So I figured between both of them, if they agree and give me that green or red arrow, if I have all the other confirmations in place, it should work just fine, and it did. So, and now I'm hoping we can, like I said, this one, I hope that that blue star or sun or whatever you want to call it was indeed correct. So as soon as I get an entry to go long down here, I set my stop loss to break even and hope that I don't get stopped out. And the same with this one. As soon as we get an entry here to go short, then I will do the same thing. As soon as price is on the bottom, I will set my stop loss to break even and then ride it all the way down until I get a blue sun on the other side, basically. That's the game plan. And then who knows, depending on what kind of entry I get here, that might be the challenge then. And if last time GBP USD that way went over 70 pips, and I'm not expecting Euro USD to run that much, but if you get 40-50 pips with a 8 to 10 lot, that's good enough between the 2 of them. Okay, so I think I explained everything. Game plan, changes, new template. Pretty much the same entry rules, just like I said, I added this additional band for buy and sell zone, which is basically just another TMA. So there's nothing special about this. But when I back tested, I found this to be very helpful, because it shows you also here, now I'm in a trade, it shows you that, okay, we went into the buy zone. There might be a pullback into the sell zone before we continue lower. I might even be able to add to this position. So who knows? Okay, so I have an eye on both chats. If you have questions, please feel free to say hi or ask away. My shoulder is much better. It's still not 100%, but I can turn my head a little bit again, and I did also take some ibuprofen before I went live, just to make sure that I'm not going to have any issues with my head tonight. I got my water here, I got my vape here. I have to silence my phone. Let me do that now. Oh, I did already. Perfect, yeah. So I'm prepared for tonight. Let's see what happens. And it looks like we're getting close to get a third chance or first step entry on Euro USD. Again, this was a confirmed entry to go short, and now we made the first lower low, and we're about, hopefully, to make a first lower high, and then I want to take an entry off of that one with a stop loss right above the support dots or resistance dots in that case. So, but I only take confirmed entry, meaning I need the orange arrow and I also need the red arrow in this case, which is the two indicators that I'm using in addition to the bottom indicators here. The bottom indicator, that's just an indicator that I found that I wanted to test out. So this is not included in the strategy yet. What this would possibly do, as you can see here, this flipped red right here on the top. So if those have not caught up because we had a steep climb up, this would still show the top. But I don't know this indicator yet, so I just decided to have it on the chart to see what it does and how it works. So you can ignore that for tonight. That's just for me personally, for research reasons. Yeah, I'm not going to move my stop loss yet because we haven't reached the other side of the band yet. So I can move it yet. But it stays right there, and if I'm correct, we're going to make another lower high here and then continue down, so I'm not worried about it. But it could, since you can see my entry is right in the sell zone, I would not set my stop loss to break even at this point because it could still stop me out here. When I feel like we're safe, then I will move my stop loss to break even, because I really want to try to ride this all the way down as far as it goes. No matter the ups and downs, I'm not going to exit this one until I see a blue sun on the other side showing up. Sometimes that comes quickly, sometimes it goes quite a while before I get a blue sun. So let's just see what happens. So this could be the higher low. Just gonna move my stop loss in that area here. And again, on Euro USD, let me show you that. I'm also using just 0.5% risk on the account. Yeah, this is not a loss-free strategy, especially when they stop hunt. There's nothing you can do. You have a quality signal, and I had a quality prime signal right here. You know, all you can do is follow your rules, take the entry as it comes. When it stops you out, well, get over with, move on to the next trade. Okay, so we got the resistance here. So all we need is confirmation now. So I can move my stop loss right above it. That's good. And as you can see, this is basically a head and shoulders. I just need the confirmations now. So I need a orange arrow, and then I need a red arrow coming in. I can't take the trade before. This might as well go higher a little bit and be a second chance entry, meaning a double top or yet another stop hunt. I don't know that yet. So I'll wait for all the confirmations here. And again, we had a steep up, so that makes this indicator not reliable because it takes a while to adjust, so I can't ignore that. However, I'm willing to take a trade off of that if we get the orange arrow and the red arrow, which usually follows the orange arrow. That would be my confirmation entry, which is the two additional indicators that you can't see on the chart right now that are included in the EA. Okay, so now looks like we're getting the orange arrow. Possibly, possibly not. Yeah, gotta wait for confirmation. Up, it goes higher. Start over. I just move my stop loss as we go along, so I don't have to adjust it too much as price moves. And then once we have the support dots, I still have to wait for the confirmation. So I still have time, even on the 1 minute chart, to adjust it properly, like I did here, right above the support dots, resistance dots here. And we did make another lower high, so lower low. So that's very reassuring. So we're probably gonna pull back right where my entry is and then continue down. Maybe even a little higher, could be too. But we should definitely not hit the stop loss here. Once we have a lower high here, that is ideally underneath my entry, then I can move my stop loss to break even. Once price moves away from it, then I would feel comfortable to do that. And then I'm just gonna ride it out and see how long it goes. I hope that makes sense. Currently we're up 455 on GBP USD. We had a 240 something stop out here, but maybe we get another entry here. Again, like I said, don't sweat it, especially on 0.5% risk. The next trade makes up more than enough for that. Yeah, the risk reward is even better on the 1 minute chart, and it takes less time to continue to finish the trade as well. So I was like, you know what, let me give this a shot, see if that actually works. And yeah, with a little bit of luck between Euro USD and GBP USD, if you can get 1-2 trades on each pair, you could technically, even with a 0.5% risk, pass the challenge in one night. And I'm not kidding. Let me show you that on GBP USD. Let me go back here. So you can see this was the end of this trading session. And here was the beginning of the trading session. Now let me show you this. So this is where 1 a.m. hit. And then right after we get a prime entry on, let me see, let me zoom in a little bit. Yeah, so we had the white arrows coming in first, which I like. And then we had the orange arrow here, and you can't see that because every time you reload the chart, all the arrows from the EA disappear. Unfortunately, they don't stay. But we did have an arrow right here, which was the red arrow, so you could have taken a trade right here. Your stop loss was literally 2.1 pips, and then you write it down until here. So the first trade out of the gate was, and I can't read that. Hold on, I gotta do it the other way. Okay, let's say 55. It was a little bit more, but 55 pips with a 2.1 pip stop loss. So 55 divided by 2.1 pips stop loss. There was a 1 to 26 trade. So if you risk 0.5% times 0.5, that's 13% right there. That's your challenge in one trade. One trade, one night, you're done. That's why I don't sweat the stop loss that just got hit, you know. But that was an exception. So usually there are like between 1 to 5 to 1 to 10 risk reward, and sometimes you get runners like that, and then you're done with the challenge basically. Okay, so we had confirmation. We have the support dots here. Let me move my stop loss down here. We had the orange arrow and we had the red arrow. However, it was in the band, so now I'm hoping that it comes back here to hit that green band or close to it, and then I can grab a trade here. So let me prepare that. So yeah, we had both arrows here, even though this is not white yet, but we had this steep move up, so this needs some time to adjust, so I can ignore that because we already had a valid entry on the top here. This is the first step down, so now I have both confirmations, and now all I have to do is wait for price to come back to that green band and grab it here in that area. And as soon as it comes close, I'm gonna grab a trade here too. And key combination is Alt Z, which triggers my position size calculator, and it automatically calculates stop loss distance where it is with 0.5% risk and automatically adjusts the trade size accordingly. Now this is still only 3 pips, but like I said, I'm hoping that it comes back here. That would be ideal. And if not, hey, that's fine, then I missed the trade. Like I said, if a pair doesn't play nice, then I don't want to play with it. Simple as that. But those are my rules. Like I said, we have all the confirmations in place now. Now I just need price to come back here and touch that band, and then I'm in. And you can see that would be a head and shoulder pattern. We had the left shoulder here, head, right shoulder, and then hopefully get an entry here. And this is still moving down. That's nice. So technically, you don't have to worry about anything as long as you don't get a white arrow pointing up on this one here. As long as you don't get that, you don't have to worry about anything, pullbacks and whatnot. This just keeps going. We're currently up 771 on this one. And again, I'm hoping that I can take the whole move through if this blue one is correct. That's the game plan here. On Euro USD, on the other hand, I'm just gonna trade the swings because I gotta make some profits tonight. So let's see if we get a pullback here to the green top band. As soon as it touches that band, I'm in. My stop loss is in place. Yeah, we might not get that entry, which is fine. Like I said, there's always a next trade. I'm not worried about it. Very nice. We just broke 800 on this one. So we can finally add some money to the portfolio, to the challenge. That would be nice. Yeah, like I said, maybe we get lucky and we get a runner tonight, then we might as well finish it. I need 6,800 in total to pass. So let's just do that. And then if we close out a trade, we deduct it and see where we are. And again, I cannot put my stop loss to break even until we hit that band here, which we're about to. As soon as we come out of the band on the other side, that's when I will set my stop loss to break even. And then hopefully we're not coming back here. It might still stop me out, but at least I can't lose on that trade anymore. Almost. Let's concentrate on Euro USD, see if it does come back here. So we can grab an entry here. Yeah, and with the entries, like I said, we either need the white arrow as a confirmation. That's a must. The only exception is when those two bands already flip to white, then I don't have to wait for the arrow, which happened here on Euro USD. Let me show you that. Let me zoom in a little. So right in this area we had both on white. So then I got my orange arrow and I got my green arrow, red arrow here. However, I didn't have support dots. And then right here, we got our first support dot, so I waited for the candle to close, which it did right here. And then I entered the trade. This was a perfect entry, perfect prime entry. Unfortunately, they did a stop hunt, so there's nothing I can do against it. Can't avoid that. Okay. Yeah, we still, price did not come out here, so I'm not moving my stop loss to break even yet. So again, plan is for GBP USD to let it run its course until we get a blue sun on the other side. Then I will close the trade when I get a reverse entry. And on this one, I'm gonna play every swing between the top and the bottom. And yeah, also we do not take entries in the white band. It has to come out on the top, or it has to come out on the bottom like it did here. Here, actually entry was here, so you would have entered somewhere around here, probably on this candle here, and then you could have rode it up all the way to here. But no entries within the long-term gray TMA band. It has to come out. So let me see if we actually come back up. It might not even happen on Euro USD. But like I said, I'm not worried about it. If we don't get an entry, that's fine. Then I just wait for the next one. That's why I like GBP USD. That's just a nice pair to trade. It's very smooth. There's no big fuss. Unfortunately, Euro USD, because it is the most traded pair in the Forex market, there's a lot of manipulation going on as well. Obviously. Like I said, this was a perfect entry. That's all you can do, take a perfect entry and then hope it's good. But in this case, they brought it back up and stopped everyone out. You know, I'm powerless against that. Just can wait for the next trade here. On this one, like I said, I did not get a prime entry. I did not get a second chance entry, but I did get a first step down entry in that case. Meaning on the first lower high, I got my entry right here, confirmed. And now we're writing this down, hopefully. So basically you get 3 different possible entries, and sometimes you just don't get any of those. There's nothing you can do. Okay, currently we're $884 on GBP USD, and again, this is with 0.5% risk, so that's not bad. This is still running, so it's not over yet. You get 5 of those trades, you're done with the challenges as well. Okay. Looks like Euro USD is indeed coming back. So now I've got to pay attention down here. If we do get green support dots here, then I would have to wait for the red ones again. If we do not get them and it just comes up to the band, then I can grab it. Let's see what happens. still good here. Like I said, I don't have to worry about anything unless I see those two switch to white or I see a white arrow going up. Before that, I don't have to worry about anything down here. Okay. So the question is, are we going to get support dots here or not? Because if not, I can grab it as soon as it goes over the band here. And then I have to leave my stop loss up here. If we do get support dots, I would have to wait for resistance dots again. And that would be a 2 pip stop loss. It's crazy. Hey Foss, good morning. Yeah, M1 now. So like I said, I watched a video about, I'm watching a lot of videos about smart money concept because that's something I really want to get into it. And I kind of have an idea on how it works, but I'm not comfortable trading it yet. I would have to do some back testing myself, and right now I just don't have the time. But in the smart money concept, they teach you that, what's the word? That the market is fractal. So everything that happens on the lower time frame will eventually happen on the higher time frames as well. And when he said that in his video, like I said, I heard that many times before, but when he said that today in the video, I was like, I wonder if I can bring it down to the 1 minute. And so I started back testing it, and it actually works. Not only does it work, you actually get better risk-reward ratios. Like I said, I just showed that trade on GBP USD from Friday. You would have made a 1 to 26 risk-reward ratio on that trade. If you put 0.5% on that, that's 13% right there. You only need 10 to pass the challenge. So one trade, you're done. And then you don't always get like a 1 to 26 right away, but you know, you get, the first one was a 1 to 7 and 1 to 26, and then you had a 1 to 5, and then you got a 1 to 10. You know, but like I said, you take 2, maybe 3 trades like this, which you can easily do in one night on 2 different pairs on the 1 minute. You're basically done. So I want to give it a shot, you know, see what happens. And I added a new indicator. I don't know if you saw that. It's not a usual the 3-way semaphore. This is actually a 4-way semaphore, and it has 3 different peak points. It has the blue one, which is the absolute peak, and then it has the white one, and then it has the green one. The green one is the weakest. But if we look here, the last time we had a blue one was down here. Sorry, I have to zoom out so you can see it. The last time we had a blue one was down here. So if you enter trade right here, and it is correct, then you don't have to do anything until you see a blue sun on the other side, which is up here. That move was 70 pips. If you get that with a 2 or 3 pip stop loss, I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's one trade, you're done. However, since they repaint, so when we had this, actually we do have that now too. Well, as soon as we get a confirmed entry going long here, I would have to move my stop loss to break even, because it could still go higher, and then this would turn into a white sun, and we would get a new blue sun up here. But the plan with GBP USD is either I get stopped out at break even, or I follow that trade all the way down until I get a blue sun on the other side. That's the game plan with GBP USD. Now on Euro USD, I will literally play every swing. So, well, that's probably not the best example. Let me go back a little bit. So this was Friday. So our first entry was here. So I would take this trade to go up here. Then we have a green and confirmation. I would go down again. I would take the short down here. Then I would take the long up here again. I would take the short. So that's the game plan on Euro USD. Oh, that was a nice one. And then, so I basically take every swing on Euro USD tonight. And on GBP USD, I want to ride it out until I get the blue sun on the other side. Yeah, it's crazy. Like I said, I backtested all week today, and every night you could have finished the challenge in one night. Every single night last week. 2-3 trades, you're done. Because like I said, the average is about 1 to 7 to 1 to 8 risk reward, even on the 1 minute. And sometimes you get a runner where you get like a 1 to 20, 1 to 25 risk reward. You get one of those with a 0.5% risk, you're done. That's it. The only thing that's scary, when I took that trade on Euro USD with a 1.7 pip stop loss, it was like 14 lots. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but if it would have worked out, that would have been nice. That could have been that one trade that sets me up for the challenge and be done. So that's why I'm not worried about having been stopped out here. It happens, and I knew it happens on Euro USD a lot. It's a very, very manipulated pair because it's the most traded pair, so market maker love to do stop hunts on Euro USD. GBP USD, they do it occasionally, but not as much. That's just, like I said, GBP USD is my favorite pair. The only reason why I'm trading Euro USD, I explained that earlier too, is because the spread is tighter, and since I'm on the 1 minute, that makes a huge difference on the 1 minute. On Euro USD, my spread is 0.2 pips, and on GBP USD, it's 0.5 pips. So it's basically here 0.7 right now, 0.8. So it's 3 times the spread that Euro USD is. That's why I included it. It does work on Euro USD as well. So we did not get the entry here, unfortunately. So just wait for the next entry. Yeah, and those trades, if you play every swing, it's like an hour and a half to 3 hours every swing. So you can easily do 2 a night and then be done. Like what I'm doing right now. But like I said, this I'm gonna leave open until we hit the bottom actually. As soon as we do get a confirmed long signal, that's when I'm gonna move my stop loss to break even, because again, the semaphore indicator does repaint, and this might not be the top, it might actually be higher. And I'm not risking to lose that trade when I'm like a 1, 2, 3 already up. So as soon as we get a white arrow here, like this one here, pointing up, that's when I will move my stop loss to break even, and then hopefully the semaphore was correct and we don't pull back that much and then continue lower. That would be nice. And this one I won't close until I get a blue sun on the other side. Even if that's tomorrow, I don't care. And then again on Euro USD, the game plan is to literally trade every swing. And again, we need to wait for the bands to come out and price to come out of the gray band, and then we wait. There was actually the first white arrow that came in was here, but we have to wait for confirmation because this was still green. And then it pulled back here, and I was expecting it to give me an entry. So, and I always wait for my confirmations, which is the orange arrow and then the red arrow if I sell. And look what it did, it shot higher. Then we got this entry here. Again, it came down, and in this case it was confirmed because this was white and white here at the time, and I had my, let me zoom in a little bit. I had my orange arrow and I had my my red arrow right here, but I did not have a support dot or resistance dot in that case. So I waited, and if both of them are white, that overrides the white arrow, then in that case I don't have to wait for it. But I did have to wait for the support dot. So when this candle closed here with a support dot above, that was my entry point. It was a perfect entry right here. 1.7 pip stop loss here. And then it did a stop hunt. It's unfortunate. There's nothing I can do. So yeah, let's just see if we get another entry. Maybe we do get another entry. Let's see. I do not take a trade in the band, so the arrow came in here on this candle and it was in the band, so I'm not taking it. If it would have come back out later after the confirmation, I would have grabbed the trade here and put my stop loss above here, but that didn't happen, so moving on. Now we have green support dots again, and you can see every low is lower. This was actually a little bit higher than, but still lower than the main one. So maybe we get an entry now. Let's see. Since we do have support dots now, the green ones, we again need to wait for the red dots on the other side. So it's not enough to have just the two arrows here. We would have to wait until we get a resistance dot basically too. And ideally you want to see price in the sell zone, which is that pink purple area you can see here. That's the sell zone, that's the buy zone. We want to see price in there. Yeah, but it works really well. So I'm hoping, like I said, between tonight and tomorrow, that I'm actually going to be done with the challenge. Even though currently I'm down. I don't even know, 1800. Let me see. Reload the page. Yeah, 1200. Oh, that's because of the running trade. But yeah, but again, all it takes is 2, 3, maybe 4 good trades with that system and you're done. Okay, now it's pulling back and we get color change here. Let me zoom in a little bit. Yeah, so now I'm gonna set my stop loss to break even and hope that I'm not getting hit here. And just make a lower high. So let me zoom in a little bit. Yeah, that's good. And now we have the white arrow. Good call here. So yeah, I'm hoping that I'm not getting stopped out here and that it turns, that it creates a lower high below my stop and then continues down. Let's see what happens. I did not get a great entry here because it never pulled back. So there's a good chance that it will stop me out, but there's nothing I can do. We'll see what happens. At least I can't lose on that trade, so let me see here. Now if I would play every swing, technically we had the band coming out. We had price close here, and this was white. Then we had the orange arrow, and then we had the green arrow, so we could have taken a trade here. That would have been a 4 pip stop loss, and we'll currently be up 7 pips. But again, with this one, I want to let it run its course. I just hope that I don't get stopped out up there. See what happens. Okay, so Euro USD is up here. Let's see what happens. Yeah, this was the order block here. But again, I'm not trading order blocks yet. Technically, we could have grabbed it here, but yeah, I'm not taking chances. Like I said, Euro USD, I don't trust the pair as far as I can see at all. Yep. There we go. There's so much manipulation going on in Euro USD, it's not even funny anymore. Yeah, it took the highs again. Are you kidding me? Wow. Well, let's see, maybe we get another entry here. Put my stop loss up here for now. This is exactly why I don't like Euro USD. They took all the stops here, did the stop hunt, and now they did another stop hunt and ran the highs again. That's sick. But again, it has a 0.2 spread, so the best spread out of all the pairs. Well, maybe you get lucky, we get another entry here. It's definitely in the sell zone. Unbelievable. This is the second time they're on the highs after valid entry. And already lower lows and lower highs created. Euro USD is like market structure? What's that? I don't care. I do whatever I want. So just keeping my stop loss in sight here. What does that look? Yeah, ran it again. I hope they don't do that on GBP USD. I want to keep that trade. But again, if it is this one, I set my mind to, I want to run the full trade. If it stops me out, it stops me out. At least I'm not losing on that one. Hopefully it will turn around before it hits my stop loss. And we might get another entry on Euro USD. Look at that. What is it? 151. Oh, okay. That would be nice. So now we're at an all-time high again. So everything starts over. Let me zoom in a little bit so you see this better on your end. So we need to wait for all the confirmations. Confirmation would be either those two in white, which the bottom one already is, and if that's not the case, then we need to wait for a white arrow, whichever one comes first. So if those two flip to white before the white arrow comes, we're good to go with a confirmation of the two arrows and support resistance starts. And if we do indeed get a white arrow that overrides the two bottom indicators, then that would be confirmation that we're going down, and we still need to wait for confirmation of the two arrows and resistance starts. That's how it works. We already hit the TMA band, so we closed outside. We are on a sell zone, so that's already condition fulfilled, so to speak. So now we just need to wait for the rest of the confirmations. Oh, look at that. Looks like we're getting lucky here. So once we get a white arrow going down here and resistance starts, I could technically move my stop loss down here, which I'm not going to do. I'm going to leave it at break even. I want to run this baby all the way down. See how far we can get. And we might get another entry on Euro USD. And there's also London session. As soon as London opens, they could bring it all the way back here. And we might get stopped out there, or at that point in time. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, I'm not worried. I checked the calendar, and the only high impact news that I saw is like at 10 a.m. my time. And hopefully by 10 a.m. I'm already in bed. So I have pretty much green light for my trading session. So I'm not worried about news at this point. Yeah. Now we had the orange and red arrow, but we do not have resistance dots, and this is still green, and we do not have a white arrow, so I can't take the entry. You gotta have everything in place. And hopefully that was really it, and it's going down again. So yeah, this is gonna be the full move, this is gonna be the swings only, and between both of them I'm hoping we're getting a lot closer to the goal tonight. Oh, would be nice. Just following the plan. That's all you can do. Yes, it is a bank holiday in the US. That is correct. But London it's not. And that's the next session we get into. Hopefully by the end of the London session I'm out of the market too. Yeah, I would want to sit through that, that's for sure. So London session we should see some activity and volatility come in. And then probably during the usual time of the New York session everything's gonna slow down. But by that time I'm in bed, I'm hoping. Okay, now we have the resistance dots, but we don't have a white arrow yet, and we're still green down here, so still cannot take the trade. And again, you have to wait for all the confirmations, because I saw that earlier. We did have a white arrow here, and then it went higher. So when the white arrow comes in, you need to wait for a pullback, and then either a second chance entry, or a first step down entry, and we did not get anything until the arrow up here, which already ran the high here. So that, and then the white arrow disappeared again. It does repaint. So that's why we always have to wait for confirmation. If I would have taken the trade blindly here, maybe on that retest here, I would have been stopped out. This was a confirmed entry and everything was right, and I still got stopped out. And now those people got stopped out yet again. So let's see. But I'm really happy with this EA, with those additional indicators all in one. And there's 9 different ones in there, so you can pick and choose which one. So that's why I was excited when I was in the Telegram chat today, because that's one step closer to just buy and sell arrow and be done. It's not complete yet. Like I said, it's just a bunch of indicators. But if we can include the rules of the system, and have that included into the EA, then you literally would have just a buy and a sell arrow and done. Again, you can still lose, obviously, but if you manage your risk accordingly, you should do really well. I have no doubt about that. Nice, so we got a resistance start on the GBP USD now. Looks like we formed our lower high. So that looks really good. So hopefully we can ride this all the way down here. Again, I'm not exiting this trade until I see a blue sun down here somewhere. However far it goes down, I'm gonna let this run its course. But this looks good so far. But again, London session is about to open, and this could change everything, unfortunately. But yeah, all you can do is follow your rules, and if you have all the rules in place and all the conditions to take a trade, take the trade. If you get stopped out, take the next one. That's all you can do. Yeah, we still don't have everything in place here. My stop loss is already above the resistance here. Oh, now the spread on Euro USD is even 4 points, 3 points. Damn. I think because this actually could be a high, that's where they're playing around. This could be Wyckoff too. I don't know if you guys heard about Wyckoff, but this could be Wyckoff. Run it again. Yep. They like to do that on the high and on the low. This is basically just how do you say that? Trying to look for a word in English. Give me a second. That's basically instigated to confuse the shit out of traders and stop them out both ways before they then turn it around and then go the other way. You can look it up, Wyckoff. Coffee, good for you. I want a coffee too. No, I'm just kidding. I just want to get my trades in and go to bed. I can finally sleep again. Last week I couldn't sleep for 2 nights because of the pinched nerve. It kind of like radiated from my shoulder all the way in my head, and then caused me to have constant migraines, so I couldn't even sleep. I passed out here and there for an hour or 2, but I could not like get normal sleep on Wednesday and Thursday at all. That's why I didn't even live stream. Like I said, I just kind of had one eye on the chart and that was it. Lost a couple of trades. Again, I did reduce my risk to 0.25% risk because of the kind of week we had last week. And I knew it's going to be a turmoil, which it was. So next time I know, just avoid trading on those days. So now we have white. That would confirm that entry, but we still have to get back to the upper side here. Hopefully we can get an entry this time. So yeah, if you get white on both bottom indicators, that is as good as getting the white arrow. Usually the white arrow is right behind when it happens. So that's as good as the white arrow. You need either one as a confirmation. We have this one now. So now we have everything in place. We have the resistance in place. We have the white arrows already gave a signal. And this was the last one we waited for. But again, the only thing we need to wait for now is price to come above the green band here again, and then we can grab it. Ideally in the sell zone here. So if it comes up to here, I will be willing to instantly grab it. Now on the way up, if we do get green support dots, then I would have to wait for the third chance entry, so to speak, the first step down entry. There's no way around it. But if you do not get the support dots here and it does come up here, I will definitely grab it, leave my stop loss up there, and then hopefully that trade works out. Yeah, looks like that was a low high, so we're good. That looks really good on GBP USD. Very happy about that. So I'm gonna let that sucker ride all the way down until we get a blue sun, and then I'm gonna close it. As soon as we get some confirmation that there might be a turnaround, I will close it, because it might still go when that blue sun comes, because it repaints as well. So I would still wait until I get a little confirmation of a possible turnaround, and then I will close it. You will never get the exact top and the exact bottom with this system, but close enough. Okay, so far we don't have a support dot here. That's good, and it's coming up. If it stays that way, I'm willing to grab it right here in this area if it does come up there. Stop loss is in place, and I'll show you that here. Let me open this up. As price moves, it recalculates the lot size in referring to my stop loss up here and 0.5% risk. You can see it automatically calculates the lot size here, and then as soon as I pull the trigger, whatever the lot size at that point is the lot size we're going to trade. So if we do come up here, it looks like we're going to have around 8 to 9 lots. That's what it looks like. So just wanted to show you that. I usually keep it close. I just check that my risk percentage is correct, and then I keep it close. The rest is all automatic. I also removed the profit from here. I still have that indicated. I'm actually going to take this one off too, because it's kind of, nah, I can't do that right now, but it's kind of irritating when you see the amount. It just doesn't help your psychology, trading psychology, in my opinion. It just makes you more nervous when you all of a sudden, you see 14 lots and then it moves 5 pips and you're up already $600 or something like that. It's just crazy. It plays with your head. So the less you see on how much money you're up or down, the better it is. You have 0.5% risk, We just follow the rules of the trading system, and that's it. Okay, looks like we're gonna grab. Oh, there it is. Gonna grab it right there. Boom. No! I didn't. I was on the wrong chart. No, don't do that. Are you kidding me? That's the one, right? Okay. It does that. I accidentally opened it on. Wow, that's the 4th time. The 4th time they're on the high. Wow. That might stop me out now too. Great, I had the wrong chart active. So it opened the trade on GBP/USD instead of EUR/USD, which was good because I would have been stopped out here. Alright, confirmation it is, and I got stopped out on GBP/USD again too. So we're gonna start all over again. It would have been too nice. Well, at least I didn't get stopped out here, and that was like, what was it, like $50? Let me see. Pull this up a little. Oh, I actually made a. Oh no, that was my stop loss. So $60 minus a stop loss, so a little bit less than $50. So it's not a big deal. Jesus, this is the 4th time they're running the highs. First, second, 3rd time. But the 4th high that is building, basically. Unbelievable. Yeah, unfortunately I got a shitty entry here. So should have grabbed it up here. Oh well. Hindsight 2020. At least I did not lose. Well, I did lose $50, but that's not a big deal. Yeah, EUR/USD is that's crazy to me. They ran the highs here. We already had a signal down here, so, but that was not a confirmed signal. This one was confirmed, and it ran it. Then another confirmed signal and a first lower high, and they ran it again, and now they brought it down, and now they're running it again. This is nuts. Okay. We got resistance dots. Let's see if that is it. And they just stopped me out, and now they're going down. Of course. What time is it? 2:10. Kind of worried about London Open because I have a feeling they're gonna run it yet again. Maybe I can catch that one. We are white, so all we need is the red arrow, and then hopefully a touch on the green band again. So let's see if we can get another entry. It's like literally they stopped me out, and now they're moving it down. Unbelievable. Yeah, now we have the confirmation arrow, but price is already down here. And it doesn't look like it's coming back. That was just stop everyone else out again, so they can make the move. Well, we'll see what happens. Just have to make sure the next time that I have the right window active, which actually worked out in my favor this time. But there's also a rule of thumb with a system. Not always, but 90% of the times when you do get the white arrow, the entry is usually right around the next orange arrow going down, which in this case was here. With confirmation it was down here, unfortunately, but then if it comes back here you could grab it. That's a rule of thumb. It doesn't always happen. Sometimes it just takes off, like here. Of course, now that I'm out of the trade. Oh well. Yeah, but as a rule of thumb, like I said, you can kind of like here, we got the white arrow here, and then the next orange arrow came in here. That's usually your entry then. Confirmation didn't come until here, but I mean, if your risk appetite is high enough, you can get a better entry if you do that. 90% of the times that actually works out, but I'd rather take the confirmed entry. Okay. Okay. Well, I'd be damned. Maybe we do get an entry here. Okay. Stop losses in place. Let's see. We have all the confirmations, so all we need is a touch here. Or that coming out of the band. Not confirmed here, but it is confirmed here. Come on. Okay, I'm willing to take a trade on Euro USD at this point. Let's see if that holds. That's a risk trade, so I'm not sure if that's... No, stopped me out right away. You kidding me? Okay, no more risk trades. What is going on? I mean, the news are really not that... There was not even any news yet on GBP or USD, it's just on the euro. I mean, they were all positive, so... Oh well. Yeah, from now on I'm just gonna take... Wow! Holy moly. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for confirmations. Yeah, this is crazy. Like I said, those news are low impact news or medium. So they're really taking advantage of it. It might even run the high here. Well, let's see what happens. So we're basically starting over on both pairs at the moment. Well, this didn't run the high yet, but I have a good feeling that they actually might do that in a London session, especially on GBP USD. We'll see. But this is crazy. This is this was not confirmed, but this was confirmed. That's one time. And then they ran it again. And they ran it again. And now they ran it again. That's 1, 2, 3, the fourth time they're running the high. This is crazy. This looks like it could be just a retest of the high. Let's see what happens. Yeah, we're full on green here again, so we wait. And we green on this one too, so we have to wait for the white arrow again too. Look at those color changes here. Green to red, red to green, green to red, red to green, green to red, back to green. And now look at the previous days. Let me show you this one here. Came out, red to green, went up. No drama. Came out, green to red, no drama. It did come up a little bit, but did not run the highs. Here, came out, red to green, and up, no drama. And then of course, when I go live, it does that. I wonder if that's like a major high, even on the higher time frame. Let me check. Let me see what 4 hours says here. 4 hours says we're still going up. Interesting. Maybe that's the problem. Okay. Let me check the 4 hour on the GBP USD. We kind of went up there, but technically this is in buy mode as well. Okay, let's just see what happens. Now we have the arrow, but prices on the lower side of the band, so we would have to wait for it to come back. And then we get another shitty entry here, unless we get a step down entry. Well, let's see. Oh, that's on the 5 minute now. need to go in 1 minute. What am I doing? Okay. Nothing to do here yet. No white arrow. Green, green. So have to wait. That would be a 8 pip stop. Jesus. That's a lot for a 1 minute chart. So if it does come up, I probably would wait until it comes into this area. From here to here, that would be 4 pips. That's better. So I would not grab it on the band here. I would wait until it hopefully comes out here. So it is confirmed now, but entry, like I said, this is not an entry. It has to be above the green band in this case, because the green band is almost 8 pips away from the resistance. I would have to have it a little bit closer here in order to take a trade. I would not take it off the band right away. It's just too much of a stop loss. I don't like that. Yeah, maybe gotta pull back here in this area. Technically this should be the order block. Let me check this real quick. Order block. There we go. Let me see how it shows. Oh, it doesn't show an order block yet. Haha. 2. There's one up here. Oh yeah, this didn't break a low yet. So yeah, okay. But still, like I said, we have all the confirmations here. We do have the resistance here. We have the orange, red, and the white arrow, and this is in the white too. So technically, as soon as it hits here, we could take the trade. But there's too much of a stop loss for me, which a stop loss would have to be up here. So I'm hoping that it pulls a little bit further back. If it does pull back, kind of like this area here where the gray band is, or maybe even the purple one. If it gets up there, I'm willing to grab it there. Let's see. This is not good enough here. And even though we have a white arrow going up again, as long as this stays white, this overrides at any arrow. That is confirmation that I can take the trade. I really don't like Euro USD. That pair is nasty. Yeah, in case you're wondering, this is an order block indicator. It just shows that this is an order block sitting here. There's also one sitting above here. This could turn into an order block if we do break the low here. If you break, as soon as you break this and the candle closes, you're gonna see an order block up here. So I'm hoping that it's gonna pull back to that one, so I can take the entry off of that. That will put me in the around 4 to 5 pip area of stop loss that I would be willing to take a trade on that. But eight pips is just a little bit too much for the 1 minute. Hell, 8 pips all the way down gives me a 1 to 2. Also, it looks like Euro USD settled down. So let me put my stop loss in place here. You working today, Foss? Oh, you're working from home, right? Forgot. I think you're working from home, you said. Because I don't think it's a holiday over there, right? Here in the US, it's also just a bank holiday, as far as I know. So businesses are open, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, you were in IT too? I was in IT as well. I used to teach computer techs in Germany. Prepared them for the state exam. That was my job in Germany before I moved over to the States. Then over here, when I moved to the States, I actually had a little computer support company myself for a few years. It just didn't make enough money, unfortunately. I was trying to include service plans where they pay me a monthly fee and then get up to X amount hours of support for free every month. And I had a couple of sign-ups, but then it just didn't go anywhere, so I finally gave up on it. Oh, really? Let's hope that doesn't happen. That would suck. But yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do, so. Yeah, I was specialized in network administration. I was trained by Siemens in Munich. If you know Siemens, probably heard of Siemens. They trained me specifically on network administration, but I know a little bit of everything basically. But network administration is my specialty, so to speak. Routers, IP, networking, all that stuff. Subnets. We also worked on an ATM network as a pilot project at Siemens when I was there. That was a brand new technology. I don't think it ever went anywhere. I haven't looked into it. I haven't looked back since I left, but yeah, of course. Less stressed too. So yeah, now we got the confirmation here and it doesn't look it's coming back. Same here. Well, that sucks. Yeah, let me show you this again. Like I said, I just probably have to wait for an entry yet. Now, it's gonna take a few minutes. So let me show you that on GBP USD. Actually, let me make this bigger. So again, this was the end of the session, and was that the beginning of the session? No, wait a minute. I gotta look now. Don't worry about that red time area. That's something I added because of a different strategy. Just for myself. It has no play in this strategy. Okay, so yeah. This was Friday. This is 1 a.m. And then right here, like I said, we had a confirmed entry here. There was a 1 to 26 right out of the gate. No half and puff. Let's look the previous day so you can see. This works every single day. So here, no, that's the right area, I'm sorry. Here we go. So here's where the 1 a.m. trading zone starts. And then again, right out of the gate, both bands come out. We did have an entry not until here, even though we probably had a confirmation here. Confirmation arrow, but we have to wait for support dots. So when that candle closes, you take it here. You put your stop loss above it. Again, 2.1 pip stop loss. And then you wait until it comes out the other side, which it did here. And again, this was from here. Confirmed entry. It came all the way back. But if you stick with it, you do not move your stop loss to break even until price comes out the other side, which it did not do at this point. And then your exit would have been right around here. That would have been right around 90 pips with a 2.1 pip stop loss. And then, oh yeah, I remember that day. We had the confirmation arrow here, so you take it here. That's 11.5 pips. And then that went all the way up here. Let me zoom out. So that was the confirmation candle. And then if you get out here, that's 98 pips with 11 pip stop loss. And then you could have taken that trade right away all the way down to here somewhere. That would be another 100 pips on 16 pip stop loss. So you can see how this works. Like 2-3 trades, you're done basically. Unless something like tonight happens, where they just slaughter you for what reason ever. This is so funny because I backtested all day today and it was very smooth every day, and then you have shit like that happen. Unbelievable. Oh, I didn't see the chat. Hold on. Software side, automation, deployment, etc. Over 30 years, so done many roles. Yeah, same here. I started in a computer store, sold software, and then I got a little bit into repair, hardware stuff. That was back in the day when we still had the Commodore 64 and the Amiga 500 and Atari ST came out, and we were still on DOS 3.0. That's when I started in a computer store back in the day in Munich. But that was more sales oriented, and then I went a little bit into the repair side of things to get to know more about hardware. And then from there I left to one of our companies that we ordered from, and I went there as a service technician, and they trained me in that department. And from there I went to Siemens, I think. Oh no, I was actually IT supervisor at a small what do you call it, clothes company, like a, you know, haute couture, high priced clothes items, kind of like Hugo Boss or something like that, but just smaller, not as well known as the big ones like Lagerfeld, Hugo Boss. It was kind of like a company like that, specialized in clothes and fragrances, but smaller and not as well known. So I got an IT supervisor or IT manager job there, but I needed two people, and they would, in addition to myself, and they would only give me one, and it was just too much work for two people. So then I left there and I went to Siemens. They trained me in network administration, which I really liked. And then from there I went to a web development company, a smaller one, that did like shopping websites for businesses and stuff like that. That taught me everything I need to know about web and HTML and MySQL and PHP and all that stuff. I mean, back in the day, I'm not up to date with what's out there now. Probably a lot has changed in 30 years. And and then from there I went to become a teacher for computer techs at an academy in Germany that was specialized in training people and prepare them for the state exam. And even though I had the best result in the company history, I had 28 out of my 30 students actually pass the exam, which was the best result they ever got. And he said, my boss told me back then, he's like, I got good news and bad news. Good news is you have the best result ever in company history. The bad news is I have to fire you. And I was like, what? I don't understand. Why would you fire me? Like, what did I do? I mean, you just told me I had the best result out of anyone in 30 years from in your company. And then he said, well, the government, which was basically financing that whole project, canceled the funding. So they didn't have a choice. They had to let me go. And I was like, wow, that's a bummer. And he basically thanked me for everything and said, I'm sorry, and I don't have a choice. And that's when I moved to the States after that. That was 20 years ago. 20? Yeah, pretty much 20 years ago. So I went through everything. I went through sales and software and computer repair, and then service tech for a distributor, and then from there IT manager basically of a company. And then I found a job at Siemens. They trained me in network administration, and then from there I went to web development, and then I went to teaching, and then I went over to the United States. And the teaching job was good too, because I had to learn a few things that I didn't know at that point, even though I did know a lot of things, but not everything. So that helped me to pick up on some other stuff that I was not aware of at that point. So, but once my computer company over here was closed down, I still keep up with stuff and hardware and developments in some areas, especially networking and web a little bit. But I'm just keeping up with it. I'm not like going deep into it anymore, if that makes sense. Yep, I remember the IBM PCs with a 5.25-inch disc that you had to load. And then finally the first hard drive came out with 10 megabytes and 20 megabytes. I remember that time. And then we got the Amiga 2000, which had a 10 megabyte or 20 megabyte hard drive as well. Today when you hear that, like, what, 10 megabyte hard drive? But it was a huge thing, huge deal back in the day. I also had a Commodore 64 at home. Later I bought myself an Amiga. I had an Amiga 2000 as well. So I grew up all around that stuff. Alright, so what are we doing here now? Come on, guys. Brought it almost all the way to the top. Unbelievable. There's not even a shimmer of another entry. Well, maybe it does go up now. Maybe we can get a third chance entry, that's what I call it. It's basically the lower high. Question is, it's close to 3 a.m. now. London is opening in 20 minutes. So they might run the highs again. So I have to zoom out here again and see what's going on. Yeah, price did not come out here, so that was against my rules to close the trade here and take a long, because I have to see, ideally I want to see both bands coming out and price coming out as well, kind of like here. That was nice. It didn't do that here, so that just tells me that the move is not over, which apparently it is not, but they brought price all the way back here. There's nothing I can do. This is frustrating. Picked the wrong day. Yeah, exactly. I remember that too. A 640k RAM. I mean, for back in the day, that was huge. You know, the Commodore 64 only had 64 kilobytes. So that's 10 times the RAM. And then we slowly creaked up to 1 megabyte RAM and then 2 megabyte RAM. And it's crazy when you think back, like how quickly this all developed. And nowadays you have a minimum of 1 terabyte SSD, NVM SSD and whatnot as a boot drive, and freaking hard drives are like 20, 30, 40 terabytes, mechanical hard drives, and then you have SSD that go up to over 10 terabyte as well. It's crazy. The only thing that kind of capped is processor speed. We do get new processors every year, but like when it comes to speed, it's always in the 3.5 to 5 gigahertz range. It has been like that for years now. Like I have an old computer and a new computer here. The old computer is running on i7 8086K, which was a special edition or bin version of the whatever that was, 8th generation i7. That's my old computer. And then I just a couple of months ago I bought a new one with the new Intel 12900K, and gigahertz wise they're pretty much on the same level, but of course the 12900K is a lot faster than my old computer. But from gigahertz speed, if you look at that, that hasn't really changed a whole lot up and down over the last few years at all. It's just the architecture that changed and made things faster and more cores and better handling of DDR RAM and DDR4 now DDR5, and but speed-wise that hasn't, that kind of like topped out right now. At least it looks like it. But yeah, there's definitely a huge difference between my i7 8th generation and my 12900K. There's a big difference, and this thing eats through everything. It's crazy. I haven't really fully set it up yet. That's why I have both running. I'm still trading on my old one. I still have all my software on my old computer. But at some point I want to move that all over to the new one, and then give my old computer to my roommate, because he only has like an old laptop, and that would still be a lot faster than what he has now. But first I gotta transfer all my data over, and it's just a lot of stuff to do, and I'm just not in the right mindset right now to do it. But it is fast. Every weekend I play a game or two on it. Now I saw that graphic cards are finally coming down in price because of the cryptocurrency going down like crazy. And now you can buy them everywhere used. Sometimes less than MSRP. Whereas a few months ago you were paying 2-3 times MSRP or even more depending on what graphic card you buy. Okay, what do we have here? Yeah, I kind of like want to sit on my hands until London opens, to be honest. Because how this started out today, this is ridiculous. I don't even want to know what London is doing. And it's like 12 minutes away anyway. So I'm gonna see what happens once London opens and then see if we can get an entry on either one of them. But this was crazy, Euro USD. Yeah, this was a valid entry. Here was a valid entry. Here was a valid second chance entry. Did not get an entry here, did not get an entry here. And we did not get an entry until the arrow and then was already down there. So, did not get a chance to get in at all. And this was a risk entry because I thought they ran the high 3 times already, so they should be done. So I figured they only go back to this last bullish candle here to negate the orders that they used to push it up here, but then they pushed it all the way up here. So I'm waiting on a confirmed entry again. I'm not playing games anymore. Just check where we are on the day. So down 1%. Yeah, I'm willing to take one or two more trades, but if they get stopped out, then I'm gonna stop trading for the day because I don't want to go over my limits. All right, Foss. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Good morning in your case. And maybe I'll see you tomorrow. And yeah, it's a work in progress, but I'm getting there. It's just nights like that, there's nothing you can do. You just get taken apart, basically. But most nights are pretty smooth. Don't forget to leave a like, please. Need some likes. How the hell is that an order block? Well, okay, yeah, but that's not... Okay. That indicator is funny. yeah, guys, do me a favor when you're here, click on the like button. It helps the channel out. Doesn't cost you much to do that. It's just one click. I would really appreciate that. And also subscribe if you haven't. Then you can participate in the YouTube chat. It would help me out tremendously. I would really appreciate that. Alright, London, 8 minutes. Let's see what happened in London Open. Maybe they'll bring it back again or even run the highs one more time. Maybe we can finally get an entry here. There was just nothing I could do. You know, stuff happens, and again, if it doesn't play nice, I'm not playing. So I'd rather let it go and wait for the next trade. Yeah, now it kind of like calms down, which is probably because London is about to open. So everybody's cautious, as well as I am. Just gonna wait and see what happens. And like I said, maybe they push it back up, give a second chance entry here, or might even run the highs again. It wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. And we're talking, this is a 1 minute chart, so this is only 13 pips. London is known to run against the intended move up to 30 pips, sometimes even more. So it wouldn't surprise me if we run the highs again. Just gonna watch, sit on my hands, watch and wait for my chance to get in. But yeah, but here there was nothing I could do. There was nothing confirmed until down here. And again, I don't take trades in the band. And we didn't even really move down. We didn't even touch the other side yet. So I'm thinking that might still run it again. It looks like it's going up again. We got 6 minutes until London Open, so there's a good chance that they're gonna run the highs again by a good margin. So I'm not taking any chances. I can do one, maybe two more losses, and then I have to call it a day and wait until tomorrow, and hopefully tomorrow is a different story again and we have a calmer market. I honestly did not expect that volatility with the news that we had, because there was really no high impact news at all. So I did not expect that. Maybe there's something else going on. Last time I had a crazy, well, actually crazier than that, market like that, even though there was no news on the economic calendar, was when the Ukraine war broke out, and I didn't know about it because I heard it the next day. That was a crazy night. Maybe I should reduce my risk to 0.25 after all that fiasco. Because this is crazy. Yeah, we're probably gonna run the high again. Hey. Also, don't forget we have a free Telegram channel. Currently 28 members. There's also an early beta version of the system that is available for free to download. Doesn't cost anything to join the channel. There's no fees, no nothing, and it's pinned to the top. You can just download it, grab it. There's also all the rules are in there in a text file, and all the indicators and templates that you need is in there. It's just one WinRAR file that you can extract once you download it. Everything is in there. You can also ask the members in there. If I'm not around, they can help you out too. That was the early version of this system. This is a lot more advanced now, but the basics of this system is available for free with exact trading rules, how to trade it, if you want to check it out. Let me just check the higher time frame again. Yeah, so technically we're on the way up here again. Doesn't mean that we can get a nice pullback here. There's a lot on the 1 minute. But we probably should wait for longs here. Let's go back. Which I think we're getting a long entry now. Nothing. Let me check GBP USD again. Yeah, this could have been a turnaround point. So I don't know. We do have a 4-hour order block down here. Let me put a line there. There we go. Let's see where that is on the 1 minute. Because that's a possibility that we come down here before we continue up. But like I said, I'm not taking chances before London opened up now. Okay. So London is open. Let's see what happens. And again, as long as price is within the gray long-term band, I'm not interested in taking any trades. So price has to come out clearly, and preferably the bands as well, kind of like here. We just did not get a confirmation entry until I think it was on this candle or even this candle, so they came in way too late. But let's see, maybe London brings it up again. We can get a second chance entry or a third chance entry here. Same on GBP USD. I have a feeling that they're actually gonna run that high again on GBP USD, because on Euro USD they have ran it like 5 times now or something like that. On GBP USD, they haven't done that yet. And I mean, after all, we're in the London session now, so they might run that high as well. So let's just see what happens here. Let me remove that. Yeah. Currently we're making higher highs, so here we go. I don't know what's going on today. It's just up and down, zigzag, zigzag, zigzag. This is very weird in a way because, again, the news that we have today, let me show you that again. You can see the impact here. They're all low, couple mediums, low, low, low. There's not any high impact news until 10 a.m. my time, so that's it's 3 a.m. my time right now, so it's 7 hours away. So I thought we would have pretty smooth sailing. Oh, that's tomorrow, Tuesday, at 10 a.m. So until tomorrow, Tuesday, 10 a.m., we have really nothing that would cause that kind of a ruckus in the market. So I don't understand this. Like I said, unless there's something going on, a news event or something with a war maybe. Actually, let me check YouTube, see if I can. I'm gonna move that out of the way so you don't have to, but just want to see if there's anything on YouTube with news that I'm not aware of. Like I said, last time we had a really strange market where nothing worked was the night when the Ukraine war broke out. And of course, I did not hear about it until the next morning. Do they even have news on there? Fashion, beauty, learning, sports. They don't have a dedicated news button anymore? Really? Let me go on Google. They don't have news anymore either? Really? Okay, that can't be. Oh, more. Here, news, okay. Let's see what we have here. Sports news. Car accident. Sorry guys, I'm just checking for news, like world news I'm not aware of possibly. Let me see what we have here. Okay, I got news on Google now. French election. Okay, there was news about the Ukraine war, but nothing that stands out, if you can even say that, but out of the norm for what it is. Yeah, look at this. Up and down, up and down, up and down. Colombia election. That should not really affect the markets that way. US news. World news. Oh wow, there was an attack in Ethiopia. 200 killed, wow. That's crazy. Arrests. No, there's nothing major that I can see, so I don't understand what's going on here. Honestly, I'm a little bit baffled here. Yeah, this is crazy. Let me see what that looks like on a 5-minute. Zoom out. Zoom out. So we're still on our way down. Ay, ay, ay. Check the calendar again. Yeah, so really nothing major going on. I don't know. Maybe that's a late effect from Friday. That could be, possibly. But even last week, like I said, if I go back here, and last week we had high impact news every single day. Every single day. Well, let me go back to show you Friday in comparison. Was that Friday? No. Let me see. So this was Friday last week. And entry, no drama, straight down. No big fuss. Entry, up, no big fuss. Second chance entry, down, no big fuss. No zigzag. I mean, here was a little bit zigzag, but it was a pretty good move all the way down here. But there was no stop Hans and running the highs 5 times and nothing. And that was last week, Friday. And then Thursday, let me show you that. That's the end of the session. Let me go back to the beginning of the beginning of the session right here. Again, right out of the gate, we get an entry here and straight down. Boom, first trade done. We did have a pullback here, but even if we get stopped out here and break even, then we had another entry here, and right from that entry went down. And then nice turnaround here with confirmation, and then straight up, no fuss. Again, exit and entry down here, it came back but then shot down, and then from down here we had an entry and it went straight up. No drama. That was Thursday. No problem at all. And here's Wednesday. Wednesday was that was when we had FOMC, so that was like the big news. And even then, white arrow, confirmation down here, entry, no fuss, no huff, no puff, straight up to here, and then from here down, from here up. No, there was no like coming back 10 times like today. And look at this in comparison. This is a joke. It's really frustrating, especially when there's really no big news on the calendar at all. Let's see, maybe we can get a buy entry down here. I'm just gonna play every swing now. I don't care. Stop loss down here, get it ready. I have a feeling that this is going to run for a while after all that back and forth and running the highs. I don't think we're going to get an entry anytime soon here after all this. But we shall see. It's very frustrating. Especially again compared to last week where we had high impact news every single day. It did not make that much of a huff and puff at all any day. Even on Friday it was smooth. And then today, no impact news, no nothing, or high impact news. I can't find any news, world news, that would impact the market like it behaves right now. And we get all this crap. Doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, so we got price coming out here. Again, we can't do anything until either those two are shown white, which only one of them does right now, or we get a white arrow. Until then, we have to sit on our hands. And again, I have a feeling that they're gonna run this down for a while. So we might not get an entry here anytime soon. I mean, I'm hoping, but I'm on my stop loss down here for now. Same here. We'll just see what happens. So now we have both bands out of the long-term band. That's good. And price did come out of all of them. So that's one of the criteria I like to see. But again, I can't do anything until either this turns white and white, or we get a white arrow. Until then, I have to sit in my hands. Once we get that, then I can look for an entry. Right now, I can't. Same here, we did come out with one band, but not the other one. Yeah, and honestly, like I said, I expect this to run for a while. After all that back and forth up there. I kind of knew that this was the last huff and puff up there. Fake move to finally go down, but it did not give me a good entry here. So there's nothing I can do. And I'm not willing to take a trade down here with a almost 12 pip stop loss on a 1 minute chart. That I'm not going to do that. There's no point. So we would be just a little bit shy of 1.2 times the risk at this point, and we already reached the other side. So if the trader's not there or it doesn't set up nicely, then there's nothing I can do, unfortunately. Let's see what happens down here. It's definitely gonna run for a while after all that drama. They did their best to literally stop everybody out up there in this area. So that usually means we're gonna get a longer move. So there might not be an entry for a while. Otherwise, they wouldn't put so much work into getting everybody out of the trade. And even my trade that was, I thought, already secure, they ran it all the way back almost to the top. And I did not take a hit on it, but I got stopped out at break even because they decided to run it all the way back up there. And that was not even in the London session, so it's just crazy. Just my stop loss again. Probably gonna do that 10 more times before anything happens here. But you never know, so I want to be prepared just in case. Okay, so we did get a support dot here. Doesn't mean anything, they repaint. Let's see what happens here next. maybe it behaves now. It runs a little bit more smoothly, but keeps doing that crap, then I might call it a night and come back tomorrow, because this is ridiculous. Let's see. This might be something here. Let's see what happens. And might get a setup here too. Maybe with a better entry this time. Yeah, so basically what I'm waiting for is either those two turn white, one of them is white, the other one is not yet, or getting a white arrow here going up. Either one would be a confirmation for me that there's a possible trend change ahead, and then of course I need confirmation and an entry within my rules, which would be outside of that at the moment red inner band, or pull back to there once we get a valid entry. Until then I have to sit on my hands. Yeah, this looks like something is setting up here. Let's see. Yeah, we've just got the support dots here. This looks like it's about to turn white. Maybe there is something there. So yeah, we got the green support dot here, so my stop loss is right underneath it. So my stop loss is in place in case this plays out. It's not confirmed yet, so it could still go lower. I don't know. I have to wait for the confirmations. And we also have support dots here on the GBP USD. Didn't come out quite as well as I would like it, but it still counts. So this has turned white already. So let's see if we get a pullback here. Was that on that candle? Well, now it is. Yeah, this could be a, if it does come back. But it looks like it's not playing along nicely. Either one of them. This would have been a nice trade if we would have gotten a nice entry up there, but we didn't. And it looks like this is gonna run away too, so not chasing. It's very frustrating, but there's nothing I can do. Huh. Interesting. Hmm. So as this comes back, if that support level holds and is not taken out, because we are in the white and white now, so that confirms. Hey! I'm sorry, my cat was playing with a microphone cable. Just put this, attach this again. Sorry if you heard some noise in the background there. That was the cat playing with a microphone. Okay. So yeah, if we do not break this low, and we do get a orange and green arrow going up, then we could possibly take a trade here. If we do get green support dots, because we just got red ones up here. So we need to see higher green support dots here, and then we could take a trade off of that. Let's see if that happens. Same here, we are white and white now. I have to wait for confirmation though, because I'm not taking a risk trade again tonight. I lost 2 trades tonight and one was break even, unfortunately. So maybe we can get a nice trade this time. So far so good, so we just have to wait for price to come back here. Same here. On this one we need a green support level again, because we did just set up that resistance. Here we don't have anything yet. Yeah, that sucks. So now we got the white arrow here going up too. We just need price to pull back a little bit more. Excuse me. Then we might be able to take this trade. Looks like this is not coming back. Yeah, I don't like this chart at all. This is like all over the place. It's not well behaved tonight. Do not like that. And apparently for no reason either. Okay, so this came back. Now let's see if that support here holds or not. It's technically even making lower highs and lower lows. And it runs away again. Doesn't give me a good entry. Same on this one. There was a risky entry here, but like I said, I already took a risky entry and fell flat on my face with that. I even lost a confirmed entry trade. So I'm not willing to take that risk because this is usually price is well within that small middle band. And look how far it comes out on both sides. This is just crazy. So I'm not willing to take another unconfirmed risky trade. And it just won't give us a nice entry tonight. So I might just have to call it a night for today and come back tomorrow, because if this keeps happening, then I don't see a trade happening here. Yeah, here's the confirmation. It's already on the other side of the band by the time the confirmation comes in. It's not a trade I want to take. It's just not playing a long nice tonight. Euro USD, I don't know that well, so, but this is not playing nice at all either, so I don't know. Let's see if we get a... This could be the next lower high and break here, but if we do get a support level with confirmation above the last support, then I could take a trade off of this. Same here. It's just not giving me nice entries at all. And I have my rules. Like I said, I want to take my trade outside on the other side if I go long, like around in this area. And it's just not giving me that entry tonight. Same here. Same here. There's not much I can do. And I only take the trade if it follows my rules or my conditions. And so far, I only had one clean entry and I was stopped out of that one, even though it was perfect. That happened on, was it Euro USD? Yeah, Euro USD. I think I showed you that earlier, but just to recap. Make this bigger. Yeah, we had a perfect entry here. We had the switch already. This was in the white. This was in the white at that time as well. And then we had the orange arrow and the red arrow coming in. You don't see that yet here because if I switch time frames, to disappear and only the new ones print. But we had a red arrow here. I couldn't take the trade because we didn't have the resistance dots yet. And then it came back up, and then on the next candle we got the dot, and as soon as the candle closed, I took a trade here. That was confirmed. And then literally on the next candle we also got the white arrow as a confirmation. But then I got stopped out here, even though this was a perfect entry. And you can see we had a white arrow here, but no confirmation, which I waited for, and then it shot up, took those highs out. Then we had a confirmation entry, took it out again, then even created a lower high and a lower low. Then it ran the highs again, then it ran the highs again, and then it ran it again. And then I didn't get an entry until down here, which was already halfway through the band, so my entry should be above here somewhere, and I just didn't get that here. I mean, I could accept it if it's still at least touching the band like here. That was perfectly fine. But if it's like halfway through already, then I don't want to take the trade. It would have worked out, sure, but with that risk-reward ratio, what was it, 1 to 2? Maybe. So it's not even worth it. If I don't have my at least 1 to 3 risk reward set up here, then I'm not interested in taking the trade. So let me make it small again and go back. We did break structure to the upside here. We took out those short-term highs, and we also made a higher high here now. Let's see, maybe we get support dots down here. We do have an order block here as well. But it looks like the entry won't be outside of the band yet again. So it doesn't meet my rules. Is that how you say it? I guess. So can't do it. Let me see where we are right now. So 2368. 2368. 65 plus 5,000 gold. Oh, wow. This is so frustrating. Yeah, I don't like GBP USD right now. This is very unusual. Yeah, as it usually comes out a little bit here and there, but nothing major. It usually behaves really well. You can see it on the move up here. There's no major headaches. Here we did have a little bit up and down, but usually when it runs, and it runs smoothly. Look at this. No major drama here. But this, this really makes me want to stay out of the market for tonight. Euro USD, like I said, I don't know. This pair just added it tonight because of the low spread. It has a way lower spread than GBP USD, even though they're the same. Oh, it's interesting. Maybe I do have to wait until London open. Like I said, this only gave me a risky entry, which actually would have worked out with a 2 pip stop loss, something like that. Let me see. Yeah, 2.5 pips. But that would be an unconfirmed entry, and I already lost a confirmed and an unconfirmed entry. So I was just not willing to take that risk yet again on an unconfirmed entry. If it would have been the first trade of the night, maybe, but after already losing 2 trades in a row, Hey. Yeah, I'm gonna give it another hour or so and then see if I can get an entry or not. And if it keeps doing that shit, then I'm out for tonight. If I look at that chart, really all I want to do is vomit. This was a fairly okay move, but like I said, we did not get an entry up here. Nothing I can do. I still feel like they're gonna run that high again. It would definitely not surprise me tonight. Make this bigger. Zoom out a little. Yeah, actually, if they do run this high, this would pretty much be Wyckoff. Break to the high. Yeah. Maybe we do get a trade up there. Let me see. This definitely looks like Wyckoff to me. But for that to be valid, we would have to break that high yet again. If that does happen, I'm almost willing to take an unconfirmed entry, meaning confirmed only by the orange arrow and the red arrow, without waiting for the white arrow. Because that definitely looks like Wyckoff to me. Let me zoom out again. So we had that. Yeah, we had the halfway move up, down, up. Stayed above that low. Create a lower high. Higher low. Another lower high, then we broke. And now if we go up here and break that again, I think it would be pretty much complete. If I'm not mistaken. Like I said, I'm not a professional, but it looks kind of like Wyckoff to me. Let me see something. Maybe we can find it. Let me look something up real quick. I think I have a picture of Wyckoff. Is that it? Yep. Yeah, here. This is what I was talking about. Make this smaller. And then make this smaller so you can see it in comparison. Yeah. Oh, did we just... Wow. This is just crazy. Okay. In 2 minutes I'll look away, this happens. Wow. Okay, well anyway, this is Wyckoff distribution. Let's go here. This might not even be valid anymore, but just wanted to see it. Want you to see the kind of like that, maybe a little bigger. Nope, that's my Christmas tree. It's a little bigger. Yeah, but you can see the similarities. That we had this run up, and then here that would be this part. Then we ran up here. That would be this part, and then we kind of slowly came down here. Up again. We did not break this high yet. It, it's not perfect, but it looks very similar in some ways. Like I said, I'm not an expert either, so here, 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 over that. Yep. So this would be the UT. Then we had that. We did not have the retest of the UT here in the test. Did not have that yet. So maybe that was it. But again, if it comes up here again and breaks this high, then I'm definitely interested in taking a trade. So right now this is just plain ugly, the way it looks. And again, this trade would have not worked out because we never even made it to the other side here. And this is continuing down again. But I called that when I was like, we're going further down because they're not going through all that crap with running the highs over and over again if they're not planning on a longer move. We just couldn't get in, and I do not take trades in the band. So, for continuation or whatever, I just don't do that. Maybe it's a mistake, I don't know. For now at least I'm not doing it. But I had a feeling that this is gonna be a longer run down. Just could not get in anywhere. Just make it a little bigger so I can see better. Yeah, this is, I don't know, this is really ugly. I'm not used to GBP USD doing that kind of stuff, to be honest. Especially not on a day where there's literally only green and a couple of orange news. Meaning there was really no high impact news at all until tomorrow morning. What is that today? Today's Monday, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, tomorrow, Tuesday, 10 a.m. That's the first time you're gonna have high impact news. Everything before is mostly green and a couple of orange medium news, so there's nothing that should affect it that much. Yet we have this going on here. Okay. It's still red, no white arrow, so we can't enter here. Now again, I have a feeling this is gonna go for a while. Yeah, just take a look on GBP USD and all the white arrows. Down, up, down, up, up, down, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, down, and now probably up again. This is not normal, I can tell you that. Yeah, give it until 5, maybe 6. See if it calms down again and we can get a nice entry, and if not, then I'm gonna call it a night. Come back tomorrow. I don't know what the heck is going on today. This is not the GBP USD that I know. I can tell you that. Now, Euro USD, like I said, I don't know that well, so I can speak too much about it. I don't know this pair, but GBP USD I know pretty well. And I can tell you straight out, this is not normal. That zigzag back and forth is not normal for GBP USD. Check this on the 5 minute. Yeah, on the 5 minute, technically we're still in an uptrend because we haven't priced it not really come out the other side yet. So let's see what happens. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. My roommate just woke up from the dead. He has to work early today. You also might hear me eat a little bit. I try to keep my mouth shut while I'm chewing. But I'm working on some pineapple here. If that irritates you, let me know in the chat. I can mute my microphone too. I try to be as quiet as I can while I'm chewing, keep my mouth shut, but I don't know how sensitive my microphone is. So if that's irritating, let me know. I won't know until tomorrow. Yeah, GBP USD is just not playing nice tonight. I don't know. No idea what's going on here. All the entries are well within the band. It's zigzagging back and forth. And massive candles too. I don't know, does any one of you know if there's something going on news and maybe in the UK or something? Because I looked before and I couldn't see anything. I'll check again just in case. Refresh that. Well, I'm not left, I'm not right, but the fact that they want to end abortion, I don't know. I am religious, but in some cases you need it. think that should be something where the government is telling you what to do with your body, in my opinion. I don't want to get too political here, but just saying, let's say, a young girl gets raped or something like that. Do you really want to force her to have that baby? I don't know. For me, it always depends on the situation. Yeah, I still don't see anything. Really nothing here in the news either. Ooh. Are we actually getting an entry here now? Okay, I'm gonna leave GBP USD alone for now because this is just not. But this could be something here. Just need to come back a little bit. Everything else looks like good to go. Let me put my stop loss down here. With the way the market is today, I would really love to see a white arrow here as well. Maybe we get that here now, and then hopefully a pullback where we can actually catch the trade. This looks good, but the entry was again in the band, so I would like to see come back a little bit. Maybe we get that here. Let's see. Everything else looks good here, so besides the entry being in the band again. Back here. Again, no entry here. Not playing nice tonight. Okay. crazy. Excuse me. Okay, so now we have the white arrow coming in. And now I would like to see a pullback to this area here, so we can take a trade. So far so good, so maybe we can finally get an entry here. Unless it decides to take off again. Which it looks like it's doing. At this point, I'm just shaking my head. Alright, my pineapple is done. Sorry for that, but I needed a little snack here. I tried to keep it as quiet as I can. So far, it's not coming back. What? You got food? What are you complaining about? You got water too. Sorry, my cat is complaining again. So far, no entry again. Ah. Maybe it hurt me. Okay. Maybe 2-3 pips. That would work. Let's see if we get in that do get an entry here. So we have all the confirmations here. We have, this has already switched over. This is white. This is good. We have a support here. We have our little white sun here. We have our dots here, the blue dots for reversal. And we had a solid entry here, which we could not take because it was in the band. And now we even got the white arrow on top of it. So now it's just a matter of price coming back, so I can grab it here somewhere. We did get a red resistance here, so that means as price comes down, the moment we get a green support dot down here, I'm willing to jump in. That would be the third chance entry or first step up entry. Maybe I can come up with a better name, but it would be basically the first higher low, and then we can grab that entry and hopefully at least run it up to here, and that would approximately be 3.5, maybe 4 pips of a stop loss. So, and then potential upside would be 18 pips. So that would be a 1 to 4. So that's acceptable. So you can see the dots here. Actually, let me zoom in so you guys can see that better, because GBP/USD at the moment is going crazy anyway. So now you can see it better. We are in the white here, so that's good. That's what I want to see. We already flipped over. That entry was in the middle of the band. However, now we have the support resistance dots here. That means that price might come down. Not this can repaint too, but price comes down at the moment. And the moment we get a green support dot here in this area, I'm willing to jump in. Stop loss stays down here. And then we would have an entry to go long here. Let's see how that plays out. I do have to wait for the green support dots. And that would be basically, again, the first high low. And we would enter off of that and then take it up. So let's hope price does come back. Because this was not an entry here. Again, I don't take trades in the middle of the band here. However, if it's coming back here and given a higher support level above this here, then I'm definitely interested in taking the trade. But it doesn't look like it's gonna do that. Yep, no, I broke it already. Of course not. It's just nothing is playing along nice tonight. Excuse me, little hiccup. Yeah, they're not playing nice tonight. I don't know what the deal is. I can only repeat myself. Last week we had high impact news, I think every single day. and it was not as chaotic as it is right now with all the news going on. Today, no high impact news whatsoever. The first high impact news is tomorrow at 10 a.m. Tuesday, 10 a.m. my time. So far away from all the news, and it's acting out like this. I do not understand that. And then every time it looks like we get an entry, it's not giving us an entry at all. So far, it might still pull back, but I'm not holding my breath, to be honest. Okay, so let's see if we get support dots here, or if it's gonna make a new lower low here. Let me zoom in here. So it did change direction, so that's good. See what happens. You ready for work? I couldn't do that. Go to work at 5 in the morning. Oh, hell no. Are there even people there at 5 a.m.? I mean,
Manager,
customers.
no, they're more returning buyers.
Oh,
I'll take a cup.
oh.
It's a little stronger, but
Thank you, sir.
I didn't use your coffee. I used my coffee. So maybe it's a little stronger.
Oh no.
I don't want to open up a new one yet. I'll clean up that one.
Why do you use your coffee?
Because I was going to plan on using it anyway, but then you wanted coffee, so I was like, okay.
All right, let's see. Again, I have to see a green support dot here before I can take an entry. Oh, thank you, Dolli. Maybe we finally get something going here. Definitely looks good. But because of the resistance dots, I have to see support dots before I can take an entry. So I have to wait for those. I hope that makes sense, what I'm explaining here. So we have price coming out of the band. We are in the white here. We already flipped on this one. And we have the confirmation of the white arrow. Now it's just a matter of getting in. We have the white arrows on the other side, so this might continue further down. So I need to see at least support dots above the last low that we had. And then one candle going bullish, basically, in going up, before I'm willing to take a trade. Because for all I know, this could just continue lower. So I need some kind of confirmation that we're actually going up now, which I don't have that yet. And I'm not willing to take a trade before that happens. Did not even come out of the band at all. Yep. Let me see if that's the low. That would be 3 pips. Yeah. Let's see if we get a support dot here or not. I'm getting ready to fire one in there. For all I know, like I said, this is gonna break the low again. So I have to wait for some kind of confirmation. So confirmation for me would be the green support dots and then possibly maybe the orange arrow at least before I'm willing to take a trade here. However, I can then put my stop loss underneath the green support dots here and have a nice stop loss at least. Well, let me keep that up here. So let's just see what happens here. So right now the last signal we had is this white arrow and we changed color again. Now we get the white arrow again. It's all over the place tonight. Yeah, I can't just take the trade like that. I have to have a little bit of confirmation here first. So here's the low. Stop loss is ready to go. I still don't have a support dot. So like I said, the minimum I want to see is a green support dot and an orange arrow. If I do get that, I'm willing to take a trade here. But if you do not get that, then this might as well just go lower and break the low. Which wouldn't surprise me after what they did on the top here. Running the highs 4 or 5 times. New low is here now. Okay, I do like the rejection candles here. Now we have the orange arrow, but we still don't have a support dot. However, that is the last thing missing. And on close of this candle, we get the support dots. I will immediately take a trade. My stop loss stays right here underneath that low. Let's see. Wait for candle close. Turn my clock on here. Okay, 5 seconds. All right, let's see. If the next candle opens and we get the support dot, I'm jumping in immediately. And it did. And why is it not letting me? Great, now I got a late entry. Okay, well, we're in. Oh, I didn't have it in focus. God. So. You can see the dot printed. So let's see if that works out. If we break this high, I would be ecstatic. And then I'm gonna take it to the gray band on the other side, somewhere around that area, and close it out. And as soon as we hit that middle band, I'm actually gonna put my stop loss to break even this time. Let me get rid of the lines here. Not the best entry because I was not in that window when I hit the key combination. So it gave me a little bit of higher entry here, but at this point I just need to book some profits here. There we go. Alright, now we got the white arrow as another confirmation. Looks like we're good. Now I want to see that high broken. We did get the green arrow on this candle as well, which would have actually been the better entry in this case if I would have waited for that one. But let's see how it's gonna work out. See you later. Hopefully we can take that up to here somewhere. Well, let's see how that goes. As soon as we hit that middle band of the long-term band, so to speak, I will definitely set my stop loss to break even if I get that far. Don't tell me you're gonna stop me out again. Yeah, and if I get stopped out now, I'm gonna call it a night, because then I'm done. This is more than annoying. Except that one risky entry that I took, I literally did everything by the book tonight, and still that just tells me I should stop and come back tomorrow. So we'll see how it goes. Like I said, I'm still there, still alive. But if I do get stopped out here again, then I'm done for the day. Risky entry would have been right here. But again, I'm not for risky entries tonight. The only thing that makes me nervous is that we have equal lows here. So I hope they're not gonna run my stop loss here before I take it up and then go down to that order block. We'll see. That would be a 1, 2, 3 risk reward. It's not great, but at this point I take what I can get. Okay, it looks like we're flipping over right now. So that's good. Looks like we're good to go so far. Yeah, this looks more like the usual GBP USD. The price is well contained within the band and just sticks its head out every once in a while. That's normal. This is not normal at all. And again, Euro USD I don't have a lot of experience with. Just play it by the book. can't move it to break even yet. So this is in limbo right now anyway, so let me concentrate on this chart. Make it a little bit bigger so you guys can see it better at home. So again, we had that move up, and we were in the white. We had the white arrow coming in, and then we had a pullback. So I was hoping that the pullback will turn around before we break this low again, which it did. And then we got the orange arrow and even the white arrow coming in here again. So all I needed was that support dot to print, which it did on the opening of this candle. And then unfortunately I got my entry not right there. It went up a little bit before I could pull the trigger, but that's like not even a half pip, so that's why I took this entry. This was basically the what I call third chance entry or first step up entry, meaning the first high-low entry and then swing it up here. I hope that's what we're gonna see here now. Okay, we've flipped over now. You can see this down here. This is in a positive now, 0.05, as well as this is in 0.27. So that means they're above zero, both of them. So this was the flip point here. So that looks good. If we break this higher, it would feel even better. And then it would be nice to see a nice run for a change. And not the usual zigzag. Still can move the stop loss to break even. We still have an order block down here, and we did break the previous high here, so price might still come back here to this order block, and my entry is right before that. Yeah, when we hit that middle band, I'm gonna take half off. I'm playing it super safe at the moment. I'm gonna take half off and then put my stop loss to break even. So let me prepare all of this. I need the clock here. Okay. My keyboard. God, this is slow. Really? There we go. 6.61, so 3.3. Just half of it. There we go. Close. So I closed half of my position, and now I'm going to set my stop loss to break even, no matter what happens. So I can book at least a little bit of profit. So I think we booked like 180 or something like that. It's not much, but I gotta make a little bit back. 188, okay. At least something. And the other half is protected by stop loss. And there's a good chance that I will get stopped out here because there's an order block sitting right underneath it. But I don't care at this point. I just want to book some profits. So I'm not going home empty-handed, so to speak. And if we get lucky, we just go through now to the upper band. That's where we'll close my other half. but at least we took a little bit off the table, and the other half is protected, so we cannot lose on this trade anymore. Risky entry would have been right along here on one of those wicks, which would have given us a 2.6 pip stop loss, which would have been, what do we have here? 3.6, so it would have given us a higher lot size as trade size and definitely more profit. But again, I already lost a risky trade and a confirmed trade as well, so I didn't want to take that chance again. Under normal circumstances, yes, but the way the market is today, still don't know why I'm not willing to risk that, especially after I already lost 2 trades. So just not willing to do that. Yeah, like I said, we just broke that high, so there's a really good chance that we go back here in this order block now. Actually, yeah, let me do that. I'm gonna put my stop loss. Hello. I don't know. There you go. Right underneath the order block, which is right here. Yeah, this is an order block, and if we are going up and it retests that order block, it should not reach my stop loss down here. So let me just include the spread a little bit more. Okay, that's good. So we already booked 188, and now we have a risk of $72 on the line. Again, I'm thinking that it might come back here to that order block to negate those orders before it goes up, and I don't want to get stopped out right before the order block. So I put my stop loss right underneath the order block here. If it is indeed going up and just retesting that order block, it will not hit my stop loss, and even if it does, we're still going home with a profit, since we already booked 188. So the stop loss is $72 right now, so we would still have a plus of 110. I'm willing to risk that to not get stopped out and actually take it to the other side. I hope that makes sense. Well, it looks like we're actually going, so it's good. And you can see how this is repainting. So you can't just trade by that signal here. Those semaphores, you can use that. I am preparing a possible re-entry here. So if we do come back to that order block and it holds, I might take another trade here to add back to it and then take that up too. But it looks like we're going straight up this time. I mean, I'm not complaining. But just in case, I prepared a stop loss down here. If we do come down to that order block and it holds, like I said, I want to see it hold and the support dots and everything. And if we do get that, I might take an additional trade here to go up again. But same thing, again, I want to see some confirmation here first. So I want to see price come in here. If it does, right now it looks like it's just shooting up. But if it does come down, I want to see price go into that order block here, not break the low of that candle, and then give me some kind of rejection, and at the same time support dots. That will be perfect, and then I'm willing to take another position here to take it up. Let's see what happens. I mean, might not get it, but I'm just preparing it in case. This is looking good. Well, I'm glad we could catch at least one of them. And I see GBP USD is playing out a little nicer now too. I really don't know what that was, honestly. I still have no explanation for that. I guess that's the market for you. Okay. It's looking good now, so maybe we can squeeze a little bit more out of it. The steeper it goes up here, the higher the chances that this is not the end, so I'm gonna wait at least until I get some sign of possible reversal before I close it, because we might be able to ride this even up a little bit. Just want to see where we are for today. So 500 down for today. I might be able to make just that back. We're at 340 right now. So this might be a pullback to the order block before we then continue further up. Let me mark this out for you so you can see that at home. So this was the order block here, that candle. There you go. And you can see my stop loss is right underneath it. It should not break through here. And if it does come back, goes into that order block but doesn't break it, and gives us a rejection candle going the other way, and then the green support dots on top of it, then I'm willing to add to my position here. And then finally take it all the way up. If we even get that, I don't know. Right now it looks like we're going straight up. So doesn't look like it's wanna come back. Yeah, just keeps going. I'm not complaining. Let's see how far that goes. Yeah, sign of reversal where I would consider closing the position would be a resistance dot and at least an orange arrow going down, which is still not, doesn't say that it's gonna turn around. It might just be a pullback or whatever, but if it's above the band, then I'm willing to close the trade at that point and just take my profit, which would put me right at, yeah, right around 500 area, which would make up for the 2 losses I had before, and at least break even for the day. And hopefully we have a little bit more luck tomorrow, because that was horrible today. I swear to God, I've never seen GBP USD acting like this. This is just crazy. And that's the pair that I usually trade, so I know that pair very well. And this is very untypical, I guess is the word. Well, at least we got one in, so that's good. Like I said, if you can get this up to 500, that would set us at break even for the day, which I would accept, and then I would just walk away from the chart for tonight and come back tomorrow night and see if the market calmed down by then. How much was it exactly? 560 cents, okay. Let's see. Maybe we get that. Oh, we have it already. Okay, I'm gonna close it out here. It's not a bad spot. That should set us at break even for the day. I have to wait 3 minutes for that to update, okay. Just gonna watch it for now. So at least you made back the losses. Take this off now. Like I said, this is not done yet necessarily, but taking profit outside of the band here is definitely not a bad spot. But this might still go higher, so this move is not over yet. At least there's no confirmation that it's over yet. This is still in the green. It's not even close to turning white. So this might go another few pips up. Two more minutes. MyFXBook updates every 5 minutes, so I have 2 more minutes before it updates. But that was over 500, I think. Yeah, 559, so we should be, yeah, close to $60 in profit for the day. Woohoo! Let me just split the screen here again, because no, it's still going up. It swept the high. But what did I tell you guys? I have a feeling they're gonna sweep the highs again, and they just did. And there's an order block right here. Maybe I'll keep an eye on this one. Maybe get an entry here. I mean, I know I said I'm done, but we're already there, so I might as well see what happens. This is an order block from way before, so maybe we can get something out of this one here. Let's find out. How is your USD still going up, huh? Yeah. Wow. Yeah. It's fine. Like I said, I just wanted to make the losses back. That was important. Yeah, let's just watch both of them. They both look very interesting right now. This should have updated by now. Yeah. Just refreshed it. Yep. So okay, 48 for the day. So that's good. At least all the losses are wiped out. Yeah, it's only 5, so I'm gonna watch it a little bit, maybe get another entry here on one of them at least. And then if you do get an entry before 6, I will take it. If not, then I'm just gonna call it a night and come back tomorrow and hope that the market normalizes a little bit by tomorrow, because this was crazy tonight. I'm walking away with a black eye right now. It has a little green around black, but it's still a black eye. I could have held it for another 150 bucks here. Oh well. Like I said, my goal with that trade was to just break even on the day, and that's what I did. So I call it achievement. However, if we do get an entry here, I'm definitely interested in taking it, especially since this is the blue sun, and as I explained in the beginning, if that actually is correct, which again you can see it did repaint here, but if this is correct, then we have a while to go down. And you can see the last blue to blue move was here, and blue to blue here, so that looks more like a pullback because this was the impulse move. So we might make another move like this going down if that plays out, and that would definitely be a nice trade and a quick trade on top of it, which might even be done before well, we don't have a New York session today, but before the time of the New York session is over. So let's see what happens. It just looks very interesting to me. Let me know in the chat if this is big enough for you guys, or if you want me to make it bigger. Side by side again. I'm just happy we made up for the losses. That's good. But if we can get one solid trade actually to make some profit today, would not be a bad thing. So just have to see if we can get an entry, a good one this time. Is this running the highs as well? Are you kidding me? Or is that maybe a double top? It looks like they're running the highs here again. What is the... Well, I guess we are kind of in an uptrend here. Broke the high. Put them side by side again. I'm just surprised because EURUSD put a lot of effort into that high up here to shake literally everybody out of the market. I don't think anyone had a short trade here going. They did everything they could. They ran the highs 5 different times just to make sure they got everyone. And if they go through that much effort, I honestly expected a long move down, and they didn't even take it down that far. So that's surprising. Wow. That's a big candle. Or maybe this was just the last run on the highs yet again before we get that move down. Could be two, I don't know. At this point it wouldn't surprise me. What's one more time after 5 times, right? That's why I really I'm not a big fan of EURUSD. It's the most traded pair in the Forex market and the most manipulated pair as well. I mean, GBP USD is not playing nice tonight either, but usually it is. On EURUSD, again, I don't have the experience, so I take it with a little salt, grain salt, whatever, you know the saying. With a little bit of grain of salt, there you go. But I have a feeling that this is the norm on EURUSD. That kind of manipulation. Again, it happens on GBP USD too, but not as blatantly obvious and much as on EURUSD. That's why I'm not a fan. Well, let's see, maybe we can get an entry to the downside here again. That would be nice for a change. I have to excuse myself, I have to use the bathroom real quick, I'll be right back. I am going to mute the microphone for a couple of minutes, and I should be back in 3, 4, 5 minutes latest. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I am back. So it took a minute longer. My girl just stuck her head out to say good morning. She went right back. Too early for her. Yeah, it's only 5 a.m., 5:20 here in the morning. I think she's off today. Yeah, so I don't blame her. So anyway, so yeah, let's see what happens here. So maybe we get a nice short setup here. We still need confirmation. Again, we either need both of those to be white, same here, or we need a white arrow, whichever one comes first, and then we need a confirmed entry. Confirmed meaning price to come outside of the band again and giving us a orange arrow and then a red arrow, kind of like here and here, before we can take the trade. But until that is confirmed, it might even go higher, so we have to wait for that. Maybe we get one solid trade in. Hopefully things are calming down a little bit now after the crazy opening. Maybe we can get at least one solid trade in. Let me see where we're at right now. Okay, 1640 down. So 1640. Plus the 5,000 that we need. So we need 6,600. Okay. Let's see, maybe we can. Okay, this is now confirmed. So let's see if it comes back here. There's an order block here. And then hopefully not break in the high. And then entry, and then off we go. I'm definitely liking this here. So let's see if we get a nice entry this time around. Nice entry would be if we get the white arrow here going down and then price pulling back to the top of the band and giving us a nice entry here right around the top of the band where we have a tight stop loss that would be right around 3.2 pips, and then it would take us down to this area again, which would be 36 pips, so that it's like a 1 to 10, 1 to 11 risk reward. So that would be nice. We risk 0.5%, then that would be 5% on the account. That would definitely be a nice trade. So let's see if we can make that happen this time. I just can't go by the setups, you know. When the setups are not there, and I can take them. Let me get my chats back here. 1 and 2. There we go. I still have one viewer. Who are you? Say hi. I don't bite. I promise. Or maybe that's YouTube counting myself. I'll see. So yeah, anyway, let's see if we can get maybe a solid entry here. We did create a bearish order block. Look at that. Let's see what happens. Maybe we can get a nice entry here. Ooh, that coffee is horrible. My roommate used his coffee and it's horrible. I'm spoiled by my German coffee. But hey, he made it. It's a gift, so I'm not complaining. It's not that bad. I have no time, lady. I'm sorry. Cat's looking for attention. They're just like women. Give me attention. I need attention. Right? Mm-hmm. Well, not all of them. There are exceptions. I got lucky. Previous one, not so much. But I don't want to get into that here. So, okay. That has nothing to do here yet. As long as those both stay green and we don't have a white arrow, there's no entry at all. This, however, we have white and white, which overrides the white arrow. But what I want to see now is price coming back up here and then give us a confirmed entry while this stays white, hopefully. Then we can actually take that entry. It would still be nice to get a white arrow on top of it, just as a additional confirmation. There's no, definitely not. Not feeling it yet. I gotta see more of a turnaround here. What I will do, however, is get my stop losses in place. So right here, and also right here, in case we do get an entry. I want to be prepared. Okay. Let's turn now white. This could be because of that steep move that we just made here. Again, those indicators need some time to adjust after very sharp moves like that. But nevertheless, if I don't get the confirmation here like here, I need to see at least a white arrow, and I haven't seen that yet either, so I have to wait for that. And honestly, I would feel better if I get a white arrow here too, to get a little bit more of a confirmation here. Maybe I should come up with a rule here to be able to take a continuation trade. Because technically this was a continuation trade and it was confirmed down here as well. I could have grabbed it here. 4 pips, 26 pips. What is that? 1 to 6. I gotta look into that and see if I can come up with some rules that allows me to take a continuation trade there. Okay, now we got the white arrow. Now it's a matter if we can come back here and get an entry, or if it's just gonna go straight down. That's the question. Let's see what happens here. We did flip to the other side here, so that's good. Let's see if we can grab it up there. Let's see if you can make it up to this, to the top of this band, then I'm willing to take an entry. Might want to see at least an orange arrow just in case. Have a little bit of a confirmation to enter the trade. So I'm willing to do that. Let's see what happens. I'm definitely not taking a trade down there. Excuse me. Hiccup again. Yeah. Go back to sleep. I don't know if you heard her, but she's like, "You going to bed soon?" Maybe she needs some cuddles. All right. I really want to see what happens here. If we do get a pull back to the band up here, then I'm definitely willing to take a trade. But it looks like we're not getting nice setups tonight, so. Yeah, now we have the confirmation here too. The only thing I do not like here, but this it could be because of that steep move up, is that this is still full on green. I don't like that. I like this one better, but this looks like it's just going. This is one of those, I'm just gonna go and don't look back. Exactly, right, lady? Mm-hmm. Cat agrees with me. Okay. So we do have support dots on both right now. So similar to the other situation that we just had on Euro USD, in this case I would like to see a pullback to right around where the band is here, and then getting a resistance dot here. It just keeps going. Guess it's not meant to be. There's nothing I can do. If I don't get an entry, I don't get an entry. Eight pip stop loss is a little bit too much for the 1 minute chart. I want to keep it usually around 5 to 3 pips. Sometimes you get even lower entries like 2 pips or 1.5 pips. That's decent, but 8 pips is too much. We do have an order block sitting here, and we also have yes, here and here. So here we have this one order block. You can actually see it from the indicator already line it out. And then also here on Euro USD we actually have 2 order blocks. We have the higher one here, kind of like from here to let me mark this out. So we have one here, kind of like that, yep. And then we have a second one right here. And then you can see the order block here. So if you get a push back into one of them and get support dots, I'm willing to take a trade. Resistance dots, I'm sorry. Same here. So let's see if we get that. Ideally, I want to see that one here being tested. This one is the highest one, yep. So let's just see what happens. This one is still green. I don't trust that. It might go higher. Yeah, now the order block is on the same level as the band because it pulled down. It looks like it just keeps going. It's not playing nice tonight. I'm so sorry. There's nothing I can do. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna see if I can come up with a set of rules for continuation trades like this. So if price does run away but gives us a continuation entry here, even though it is in the band. Let's see what I can come up with here. Which was basically what we did here with the trade that we actually took. That was a continuation trade. So I gotta look at it and look back a little bit. Maybe I can come up with something. Alright, let's see if we can get a pullback here. This one I don't trust as much because it's still green. Again, I know that it comes partially from that steep upward move. Okay, now it turned white. So, okay. So I want to see a pullback into this order block, or preferably this order block, and then some kind of confirmation, meaning resistance starts, and then I would be willing to take an entry here, because technically it's already confirmed. And then depending on what order block we're retesting and get a rejection from is where I set my stop loss. So either if it's this order block above here, and if it's this order block, then above here. That's the game plan. And that basically would be a similar entry that we had down here, which is the third chance entry, so to speak. It's definitely nice to see a strong move down, and then price taking its sweet time to come back to the order block. So that shows us that momentum now has shifted to down. So it's definitely something you want to see. You take a trade like that. We also had the break of structure already. I broke structure here, and several other minor structures, but still. So we had a break here, here, and here. And now ideally we want to come back to this top order block and take a trade off of it. And same here, we broke this low with this move. We did not make it up to the order block here, but we got a new order block here and a very impulsive move down here, taking out all the minor structured levels here, and it was very impulsive too. So I want to see a move back in here, and then we can possibly take a trade off of it. However, I'm not going to blindly take that trade off of the order block. I'm going to wait for some kind of I guess confirmation that we are going down in at least a resistance dot or an arrow or something like that that shows me that okay, there's willingness to go down again. I'm not gonna take it unconfirmed. However, I will move my stop loss down here now, because if this is correct, then we should not break this level here, and I'm gonna move this just slightly above this one here. I went a little high here because we have this whole cluster of consolidation, which technically is all a supply zone. So I want to have my stop loss out of the way. So put it on the highest point here. And here I put it just a little bit above the supply zone. So now we just need to see a tap into that zone, and then some kind of confirmation that it is indeed turning around there. And then I'm willing to take a trade. So orange arrow would be the minimum. Or we're gonna see a nice rejection candle or a bullish engulfing candle or something like that. From low the order block to here, that's 3 pips, and in this case it would be 2.3 pips, so definitely a good stop loss. Yeah, and ideally we want to also see resistance starts, the red ones, because we did print the green ones here. So we want to see that on the other side to take a trade. Unless it's just not coming back. No. It just keeps going down. Wow. Not giving up yet, because the sell zone is technically still up here, so it can still come back here. Not quite giving up yet. You can see the sell zone here, the purple sell area. Same here. They're still up all the way up there, so we might still get a pullback into this. GBP USD doesn't look like it's gonna come all the way back, but Euro USD looks like you might get a pullback here into one of the 2 order blocks here. It's definitely in the realm of possibility. Alright, let's see if we get that pushed back now. Again, I'm not going to blindly take a trade off the order block. I'm just going to wait for some kind of indication that we are indeed turning around there. And ideally I want to see at least an orange arrow, and I want to see a red resistance start in or right at that zone before I take a trade. Look at GBP/USD, how it is behaving now. This is more like it, except the fact that we didn't get an entry. Definitely willing to take a trade on Euro USD now too. You can see the bottom indicator is all on the white now. That looks much better than before. I would just like to see a pullback right into this order block here. That would be ideal. Same here, push back in here. And if that sell band comes down a little bit, by the time price gets here, there's additional confluence that we are indeed in the sell area at that point. But I don't know what's going to happen. Let's see. Let's see, maybe we get that. Just want to check something real quick. That did not work. Why not? Yeah, I gotta check something here. -2. Nope. That's New York, right? Okay. -3 maybe. Nah, there it is. Okay. 6 right now, so 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. That was 5 o'clock. Okay, that's 124. Put it back to -2. And then it's not showing. Probably have to find another session indicator. I'm trying to pinpoint the 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. zone here as a separate red box because of some videos that I'm watching from a smart money trader on YouTube, and he likes his entries at right around 5 to 6 a.m. Oh no, wait. No, 8. Ah, okay. My bad. Let me put this back. Let me do it here. Let me see. Now would be 8 a.m. my time, so 6 now. 2 hours from now. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, that what I was saying, that trader that I follow on YouTube, he likes to take his entries right around London Open and New York session open, even though we don't have a New York session today. But I wanted to pinpoint that time to see it on my chart so I can follow along and see if there's really a reaction in that time frame every day. That's what he claims. So that's why I'm kind of like what I have here with my trading zone, the white zone. I want to add a second one in red that basically is right around that 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. mark. So I have it on my chart to see what happens right around that time. Because he says he usually gets an entry right around that time. Sometimes a little bit later, but like an hour and a half later, but right around that time. So I want to create a second time zone on my chart from 8 a.m. to, let's say, 10 a.m. and then follow along and watch every day what actually happens around that time, if there really is a move that is setting up around that time. Because if I know that, and that's what he claims, then I can just come back to the charts at around that time and check and see if we have an entry, instead of sitting here all night. Let's see what GBP USD is doing. Still hanging out there. Yeah, and today we don't technically have a New York session because the banks are closed today in the United States, so there's not going to be a lot of movement, I'm assuming, since it's a bank holiday today. This open now, but it's 6 a.m. Okay. this here. So I need it at 8 a.m. That means I need to go forward 2 hours. Oh, so it is literally right when New York session opens. So I can leave it like that. Okay. Same here then. I'm gonna remove that order block indicator. It's just irritating me. And so this indicator was right on the money, basically. Just copy that. Perfect. So now I have a separate red box that will start to form once New York session opens, which is 8 a.m. apparently, so that's right around that time. And then I can pay attention to that time window for 2 hours and see if there's really setups coming in around that time. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I do like that we are finally, instead of pointing up, we're kind of like rolling over here now. So if you can get an entry here, I'm definitely interested. That looks good. Same here. You can see this long-term band kind of flattening out instead of going up. So if you can get a push up in here to get an entry, I would be very interested, but let's see. Both crossed over now, that's for sure. So yeah, get a retracement into the sell zone here and here, which would be right around that order block now. And here's the other order block. And we could take an entry here. But it's just going down and down. Doesn't look like it's coming back. I think I'm gonna allow myself to take continuation trades if we come back into the buy zone, which we did here, and both of those are green, which they were. And then if you get a resistance and support, new support, orange arrow, entry, stop loss, and off we go. As long as it is in trade direction, which we go in from the bottom, we want to come out on the top, so that was in trade direction in my mind. So we could have at least caught this move up. So as long as we're below the zero line when we pull back into the sell zone here, same here, then I will allow myself to take a trade there. As long as we get, again, support and resistance printing, so we have a clear pullback here. If it's just does the pullback without any support and resistance, I'm not interested. I think that's how I'm going to handle it. That would have allowed me to get in on this candle here with a 2.2 pip stop loss, and then anywhere around here, that would be 1 to 10 right there. 23 pips. Go straight down, no stop. So this went into the buy zone now here. And just keeps going. Damn it. Yeah, that's the only downside of this system. When we have a steep move like that, those indicators do not catch up fast enough, as you can see. That's why I wait for the white arrow as a confirmation instead. But this came in down here at first, and we never got a pullback to the upper side of the band, unfortunately. So there was just no entry. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So okay, let's see if we can get a pullback into the sell zone now. And if we do not cross back over here, we might be able to take a trade here and continue down. And if we do get that, then after that I'm out. Now I'm getting tired. Hopefully it goes relatively quick. Maybe get a good tight entry too. So we can squeeze a good risk-reward ratio out of it. If you do get a pullback, so far we don't have one. So in order to be valid, I would like to see price coming into the sell zone here and here, and at least a resistance dot and at least the orange arrow, and then I will be willing to take an entry, as long as these don't flip over at the same time. Or at least stay in the white for the time being. Let me put it that way. But if one of those two indicators crosses over and goes into green, I can't take the trade anymore. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do from now on. You know, cases like that where we do not get an entry down here, there's nothing wrong. That would basically be the third chance entry, just a little bit higher, but nonetheless, if you get in right here with a 2.5 pip stop loss and you get 25 pips out of it, that's a 1 to 10 right there, so there's nothing wrong with that. So yeah, I'm gonna allow myself in the future to do that, with the condition that we do not cross over on the indicators, or at least if we do, we stay within the white and not go into the green on either one of them, because they do repaint too. So as long as they cross over just a little bit and stay in the white, I'm willing to take that trade. But we gotta pull back into the sell zone here, otherwise there's no entry. But it doesn't look like it's pulling back, it's just going down. That would be the only way to get involved in those cases. And again, if you have a nice tight stop loss, then it's still a really good trade. Let me just pull stop losses down here. Okay, it looks like we're pulling back now. Like I said, one of those two might cross over, but it needs to stay in the white. If it goes one into the green, we cannot take the trade. Unless it goes back to white by the time I get the trigger candle, so to speak. So price needs to go back into the sell zone. We need to see resistance dots. We need to see at least the orange arrow and one candle being bearish, then I would be willing to take a trade on that and then just continue it down. Let's see if we get that here, which at this point would coincide with this order block. And we do have an order block here as well. Let me point that one out. This is an order block as well. It's not very clear on this time frame, but I can't go lower than 1 minute. But this is an order block as well, which would be confluent with the sell zone here. Same with this one being confluent with the sell zone here. So stop loss a little bit above, and let's go to, maybe not that high, this, and go a little bit lower. There you go. And then since we have a, yeah, not necessarily, this could be a repainting thing. But we need to see price coming into the sell zone. We need resistance, and we need at least an orange arrow and a bearish candle. Then we can take a trade here. And this should not flip into the green. It can flip over, which probably will, but it should stay within the white color, because then as price goes down, it's gonna repaint later on and then possibly not even show white at all and just continue as red later on. It just keeps going down. Alright, well, I'm gonna call it a night at this time. It's almost 6:30. Need some sleep, and somebody wants some company as well, so I'm gonna say good night, and I'll see you guys tomorrow night, 12:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time again. That's when I usually start live streaming, which is like 15 minutes before my trading time, which is 1 a.m. It gives me time to go over some stuff if I add or change anything, as well if I add rules or whatnot, or something changes, and also gives me time to go over the calendar to see if there's anything going on. I already know that there's nothing until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, so I just noticed that we had a retest on an order block right here. Dang it. Same as here. Retest right here. I gotta pay more attention to that. I'm too fixated on my indicators here, which is not a bad thing. Like I said, you gotta have some rules to follow, but yeah, this was clearly an order block because it broke the low, and then we pulled right back into it on this candle here. Stop loss could have been 2 pips, and that would be a 1 to 5 right now. Same here. We did not pull back to this one here, but we did create a new order block here, and on this one we did get a pullback. Stop loss right above it, it would be 1.6, and went as far as 12. So it's like a 1 to 7, 1 to 8, something like that. That's not bad either. And then we had a new order block here and another pullback into the order block. Oh well. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm gonna call it a night. Thanks for being here tonight, if you have been here, and do me a favor, when you see this video, hit the like button, leave me a comment if you have questions, and also please make sure you subscribe and click on the notification bell as well, so you will be updated next time I go live or release a new video. And yeah, tonight not so great, but like I said, the charts just didn't, those two pairs just didn't play along nicely tonight. I'm glad I got out with a black eye, so to speak, and broke even. So I made my losses back. That's all I care about. My first job is to protect equity, but it would be really nice if you could actually get a nice trade for a change. And so far we didn't get that. Ooh. Yep. That's it for tonight. You all have a great day. Rest of your day. And I'll be back tomorrow night. Good night.